Hey fellas, good to see you all again. Meowdy Golden, I have perused the thread you supplied me with in relation to Ziz, and rest assured, we shall cover the subject matter tonight. I'm just gonna wait on Frosty to come along because I'm sure he is interested in my insight on the matter. And believe me when I say, I do have an opinion on the matter. That I've actually not only skimmed through um, the Kiwi Farms thread, but also I went the extra mile and watched the documentary that I linked to in said thread. A documentary that actually came out this month, and you can peep it on the tubes, but I am not giving Google my money. I mean, I have been paying for premium for a while now, but that's now in the past. Ever since I found out that you can you use other means to obtain those benefits, or just leave it at that. You can do your own research because I don't want to put myself on the spot here. Coops Dokus. Who is that again? Are we talking about another personality I should look into? I might even know who you're referring to. It's just that the name's not ringing a bell just yet. Oh, King Cobra. Why did I make the connection? Sorry, it's been a long week. the the toll of my workload is showing. Oh man, it's been a year already. Jeez, it feels like it's only been a couple of months since we've learned of his passing. Boy, it sure does, and every now and then I have to remind myself that in April 2027 I'll be turning 40 years old. Yep, the big 40 approaches. Anyway, just to recap real quick, I've done a bunch of side quests last time, and we've pretty much hit a point where I have to follow the main storyline in order to unlock content that will give me access to progress, some dead ends that we hit. Hopefully, unlock some new cylinders. We've encountered one associated with the River Murderer. Unfortunately, we can't really push that side narrative any further. So, if I remember right, we were supposed to attend the family dinner. Yes, sir. So, I gotta go to the soiree. Should arrive shortly. I guess I gotta head back to the family house then and dress up for the ball. Oh, I know. I am aware that Ronan is a couple of years my senior. I think DRN is also older than me. So there's at least a couple of folks around who are even older than me. I would like the global one, please. Right, we're in the correct district for sure. And yeah, gotta go play dress up. I don't know why I keep thinking Dinah is actually younger than me. I was aware that he's around the same generation I am, but for some reason, with that guy specifically, it's kind of weird to envision that, oh, he might actually be my senior to some degree.
Ligio?
Tak?
Pójdę już.
Okay, I guess we'll don't have anything to talk about with our sis. So I just, oh, may as well follow the arrows. No. Blech. Completely missed that obvious package.
No, nie wiem.
What's wrong,
Widzę,
buddy?
że byłeś u Goli Brody. To już coś.
Yeah, I now look like
Poznałem niedawno jednego
Abraham
brodacza,
Lincoln.
który niespecjalnie przejmuje się
doppelganger.
A i tak przyjmują go wszędzie z otwartymi ramionami.
Może ma uroczą osobowość? Słyszałam, że wtedy do imperialnego wpuszczają bez fraka.
Zabawne.
Przebierasz się i idziemy? Czy zmieniłeś plany?
Yeah, there's a couple of hairstyles and fashion choices that are clearly inspired by foreign influences, because particularly in olden times, especially in Europe, France used to be the cultural hub of outgoing fashion trends. But as you know, times shifted. A lot of new trends started coming from as far as the US, so it will be not too out of the ordinary to see someone sporting like a jacket tailored more to the across the ocean fashion style.
Tak, zobaczmy, czy pasuje.
W takim razie też idę się przebrać.
I mean, if we went to a good tailor, that means that this was measured to a T. Yeah, look at that.
Proszę, proszę. Już się bałam, że tylko ja z nas dwojga dobrze
Ooh,
wyglądam.
I like your crimson
Bardzo
coat there,
szykowny
Lydia. It's very stylish. So you look better than she does. So get that's not to be a dick to our sister.
Dziękuję. Wyglądasz wspaniale.
Dziękuję. Myślisz, że tata miałby za złe, że idziemy na przyjęcie tuż po jego pogrzebie?
Doesn't have a say in the matter because he's dead.
Wiktor,
Mógł nie gubić czarnego grimoiru. Idziemy?
tak, dorożka już czeka.
This is a very dysfunctional family. I do like that the game does give you a choice to distance yourself completely from your family,
Witamy w hotelu
but I like following this
imperialnym. Czym mogę państwu służyć?
potentially canonical
Ligia Szulska.
narrative where
Na zaproszenie Swietłany
Victor and Lygia
Różańskiej.
used to have good relations
Tak,
through and through.
uprzedzałem, nie oczywiście.
So I'd like to
Odbywa się w apartamencie 237.
upkeep
drugie
those
piętro. Życzę państwu mocnych
good relations.
i udanego wieczoru.
Jestem pod wrażeniem. Jak to załatwiłaś?
Nasze nazwisko wciąż coś znaczy. Postarajmy się, aby tak zostało, dobrze?
Well, when you're the daughter of a famous Thaumaturge, surely you can pull some strings here and there. Oh no, my Thaumaturge sense is tingling. Snack?
Kim jesteś? Mój złoty, śliski przyjaciel.
Wiktor?
Yeah, that looks normal.
Wiktor! Słyszysz mnie?
What, you can't see that giant serpent coiling around a pillar?
Oczywiście.
Ci ludzie tylko czekają, aż podwinie nam się noga.
Actually, they can't.
Rozumiesz? Wchodzimy w gniazdo żmi.
Oh, you don't say. It's kind of a shame that you can't make a pun based on that line alone.
Wszystko dobrze, zamyśliłem się tylko. Będę grzeczny, obiecuję. Pokręcę się tu jeszcze trochę. Spotkamy się na górze.
That suit looks awesome, though. I really like the
Do zobaczenia.
embroidery on the shoulders. Viper's Nest. Upon entering the Imperial Hotel, Ligia warned me about this place. It's a ruthless environment. A true Viper's Nest wherein you must play by the rules unless you want to be preyed upon. Find the person with the flaw that the Wild Soldier is seeking. Find Svetlana her apartment. There's at least a couple of people here we can talk to. Nice. In the meantime, I shall keep you entertained to the best of my extent. And quick note, because as always I keep forgetting, I should put myself offline. You see that Diane has been recently engrossed in Cyberpunk. That might be his most recent fixation. I admire that fella's tenacity when it comes to, I'm gonna pick up a game and that's gonna be my personality for the next following months. He is like that when it comes to streaming too. He will go the extra mile.
Proszę, proszę, ktoś nowy.
Dobry wieczór.
Dobry wieczór, Wiktor Szulski.
Irina Orłow, z tych Orłowów. To jest Natalia Oboleńska, a ta dziwnie cicha dusza to nasza cudna Zofia Skałon.
Irina przesadza. Miło pana poznać, panie Wiktorze.
Córka
Pretty much,
gubernatora we własnej osobie.
Russian ability.
Co nam pan powie?
Governor General's daughter, Sofia Gergojevna Skalin, is this year's debutante and enjoys a lot of interest. She's a young socialite who relishes the attention she elicits. Okay, so can do a little bit of investigating on her.
Jak się panienki bawią?
Nie możemy narzekać. Jako debiutantki cieszymy się dużym zainteresowaniem.
Prawda?
Może opowie nam pan coś o sobie?
I can hear voices. Strangely enough, that means I have to indulge my pride.
Muszę na
So
moment
I'll leave
zniknąć.
it alone for now.
O nie, to szkoda.
What a no sell. Would you like to tell us more about yourself? No. Bird? A procession of certain legs, a review of colorful feathers and sweet voices. Unlike vaudeville dancers, these beauties make their lovers part with their fortunes unwittingly. There's a non-zero chance one of these is rusty. Look, I didn't want to put it that way, but yeah. Yeah, but don't we all have our vices?
Po co tu przychodzić? Te soirée są dla starych ludzi.
Dobry wieczór. Można?
Proszę, nic ważnego tu nie pada. Wy się sobą martwcie. Ja zamierzam dobrze spożytkować ten wieczór.
This guy looks like a
Mówiłem ci, że się
primo
zakochał.
asshole.
Skałonówna to nieco za wysokie progi dla ciebie, przyjacielu.
A co dopiero jej ojciec?
Ah, yes. Political intrigue and rising above your social rank.
Ja i stary Skałon już niemal jesteśmy na ty. Zobaczycie. Pewnie.
Czyli jedyna wyględna panna ma już adoratora. Nam co zostało, Maksym?
The scraps.
Niewiele. Nieciekawe, niemądre, albo cóż, niemłode.
Hey now,
A propos, Ligia Szulska
Hey, now.
właśnie przechodziła.
do not dismiss the older
Przecież
ladies. They
słońce
need some
spadnie,
loving
kto się
too.
zechce.
Ona raczej też wolałaby Zofię Skałon. Różnie słyszałem. A pan co sądzi?
Infatuation. Sergei wants to impress his companions. He hopes they'll see him as a worthy candidate for Governor General Scan's daughter. Sergei has plans regarding Sofia, but they're yet to be realized. Hey, what's up, Frosty Man? Well, that took quicker than I expected. When Golden told me that you were out grabbing Taco Bell, I imagined it would take a little longer, but I guess I guess you're set with the grub.
Nazywam się Wiktor Szulski.
No proszę.
So you don't like what they're saying. You won't be able to say that because your pride is too low.
I nie podoba mi się, co tu usłyszałem, zwłaszcza o mojej siostrze.
I co pan zamierza z tym zrobić?
I can punch you in the face. Or say nothing because my pride is
Panowie
still low.
wybaczą. Obiecałem, że będę dzisiaj grzeczny.
Lunatyk.
Yeah. When you're attending a high-class party like that, of course you're gonna be interacting with a lot of douchebags. Par for the core. I see some pedals carried about, which means I can investigate. Seance poster. A poster advertising the mysterious Madame Samira. The poster surfaced radiates with the positive emotions of passers-by who laid eyes on the advertisement, such as curiosity about the mysterious psychic or excitement revealed by a quick heart rate. Apparently, Madame seances are quite popular. Anything else on the ground floor before we skedaddle upstairs? No? Golden Cage. In the Golden Cage is an exotic burb watching me with its beady little black eyes. On the Golden Cage is the whisper of a woman who contemplated opening it. She was close to racing the burbs for a lark to watch the ensuing chaos. Yet something stopped her, and the birds are still in the cage. It's called controlling your intrusive thoughts. Well, anywho, since Frosty has joined us, how about I comment on the this documentary? It was a fascinating watch, certainly more than I anticipated. Frankly, when the goal initially brought the guy up, I thought it was going to be some kind of wannabe internet e-celeb, but no. It actually turns out that he's a much more interesting character than I initially anticipated, because, well, we're talking about a young immigrant in Australia who used to be like a skinny nerd until he started attending bodybuilder forums and just one day decided, hey, I'm gonna be absolutely ripped. And he made it through. He became shredded and an icon for many on the internet. Unfortunately, for the young fella,
Pan Szulski.
he took the easy way
Nie
out
spodziewałem się spotkać pana akurat tutaj.
and dabbled in
Nawet pan
anabolic
nie wie,
steroids
jak bardzo mi to schlebia. A co pana sprowadza do
in an
imperialnego?
uncontrolled manner. So, yikes, that's definitely one way to screw yourself over. Granted, that's not exactly what took him out in the end, although it definitely contributed. Because we do know at this point that he was abusing Xanax for a while. And when he went on that fatal trip to Thailand, he basically bought a whole bunch of drugs, various painkillers, and when the autopsy was finally revealed to the public, which took pretty much until current year because the family was adamant about not making it disclosed to the public. It was pretty much confirmed that he had a lot going on in his bloodstream, including hard drugs like cocaine. So I don't think it's necessarily spending too much time in the sauna that took him out. It may have contributed, sure, but I wouldn't say that was the decisive factor, no. So, here's my 2 cents. As someone who works out, you gotta face one simple truth. If you wanna get big and ripped, you're gonna have to be supporting yourself a little bit. Like, there's no way you can build up naturally unless you're genetically predisposed to it. So in a sense, steroids to some degree are mandatory. It's a matter of how much you use and how far you want to go with it. Obviously, we have primo examples from decades gone, especially when Hollywood action flick big shots are concerned, and wrestlers from the WCW era. What happens when you pretty much live off of anabolics, and what happens to your body? And as someone who partook in SARMs for a little while, those are actually steroids light. Because I'm gonna go on a slight tangent here, but let me explain you the way these substances work. So anabolics, by their nature, when you take them, they're supposed to activate certain receptors in your body's tissue that stimulates growth. With regular anabolics, they have a chain reaction effect. So pretty much all tissue across the body is getting affected when you take anabolics. So that's why the side effects are so intense, because you are affecting your body on a hormonal level, especially if you go for many months, years on these substances. Because if you're gonna hit your desired physique, you're still gonna have to take this shit to maintain it. Because no way your protein intake is gonna be able to sustain it alone. SARM's a little bit different because they're steroids light, and they only affect certain desired tissues in your body. So they say avoid affecting your reproductive organs, which normally can be affected. And that's why you hear a lot about like your libido getting affected, lesser sperm count, your PP shrinking, because anabolics by their nature are synthetic derivatives of testosterone, the male hormone. So bear that in mind. And you know, from me personally using SARMs, they don't have the same kind of kick you would expect. Like, you're gonna actually have to still put a lot of effort, but that's the desired trade-off. But still, these substances weren't ever properly medically checked. So this is kind of like the important highlight to talk about. You have to make people aware that, yeah, sure, you can get shredded when you go with anabolics, but it may come at a price. And you can say all you want that, oh, if I use these safely and to a certain degree, nothing bad is going to happen. Maybe you have less likelihood, but in the end, you don't know until you grow older and see how your body reacts. So yeah, from a personal perspective, just be careful. Otherwise, the consequences might not actually be what you expect. Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, if you look at Arnold, that he still holds up pretty well for a 80-year-old. But then you have examples like Ultimate Warrior. I think he, what was it? Did he hit 60 before he passed away? But then again, he just pretty much kicked the bucket on the street, got a heart attack, and collapsed. So yeah, there's it's a double-edged sword at the end of the day, and I don't like the fact that the documentary kind of tries to push back the anabolic narrative, because that definitely was a major factor contributing to not just the rise but downfall of Ziz. It's directed as a kind of romanticizing of the character, which, you know, good on the guy if he actually managed to inspire young folks into getting into bodybuilding. But yeah, I think we gotta really accentuate that if you're gonna be looking for extra measures to support your growth, yeah, you have to not only be sure to do your research, but also be aware of the negative drawbacks. Because, like I said, me personally, yeah, like I said, I've been using SARMs for a little while. I went through a couple of them, like YK, MK, Red 140. They all have different individual effects. Some support muscle growth, others give you a strength boost. YK in particular is good for increasing muscle density, because you're gonna need extra strong bones if you're gonna be putting out that weight for your muscles. And the one time I actually had some unintended side effects was from YK11, because the immediate one that people reported is you get like a little yellow tinge in your eyesight for a couple of days. And I'll admit, that freaked me out for a bit before it passed away naturally. But like I said, it all goes back to the thing about anabolics. They affect your body on a hormonal level because they're synthesized testosterone in different variations. So yeah, you can use them in a smart and controlled way. Like, you definitely should be going overboard and taking breaks. But you don't know about the long-term effects until time passes. With SARMs that Golden brought up, they're actually a gray area on the market. In the UK, they are outright banned. I mean, people are getting around by advertising them as, oh, this is for research only. But, you know, at the end of the day, we know exactly what these substances are purchased for. True. And that goes around to what I said, that if you're gonna be going for a Adonis build, like you wanna sport that perfect Greek statue physique, you're pretty much always gonna have to be supporting yourself with some kind of anabolic. But at the end of the day, I've heard enough stories from my dad, who was an amateur bodybuilder. Like, he would take Winstrol injections in the buttocks administered by our cousin, who works as he works in healthcare. So he was knowledgeable enough to safely apply them. But yeah, I mean, like, that's too much for me. I just want to grow a little bit to a point where I have a defined physique. I don't want to be large, just have my muscles be prominent and neatly shaped. So yeah, that's definitely a takeaway point. Be sure to, at the very least, cycle the stuff.
I'm starved, ravenous, underfed, very hungry, famished, undernourished, dying for food, insatiable, Deprived and depressed. What have y'all got to eat? Feed me. Feed me.
Feed
Macabre
me,
parrot.
Seymour. Feed me. Welcome, Ronan. I'm sorry for going on a tangent, but yeah, we were discussing Ziz just right now, a popular YouTuber back in the day on the bodybuilding side of the platform. And it's kind of curious to see a resurgence of this character brought up in the looksmexing community. So you want to join the Warsaw Society.
Zebrała się tu śmietanka towarzyska Warszawy. Pomyślałem, że warto by się pokazać.
Z takim nazwiskiem już zapewne jest pan w towarzystwie. Ktoś musiał przecież tu
Oh, I
pana
remember this guy.
zaprosić.
We met him at the family mausoleum.
Znajoma znajomego mojej znajomej organizuje to przyjęcie, więc można powiedzieć, że znam gospodynię.
Samą Rumiancewę? No proszę.
A pana kto zaprosił?
Znajoma znajomego znajomej. Na co pan liczy tego wieczoru?
Kto wie? Być może rozglądam się za przyszłą panią Szulską.
Życzę powodzenia.
Well, actually, I saw an interesting looking
Będzie
saluter
panu
over
potrzebny,
here.
skoro to liczba
scurrying about.
przypadł w udziale cały spadek.
Skąd pan wie te wszystkie rzeczy?
I am well
Ludzie
informed.
mówią, ja słucham. To wszystko.
The walls have ears, buddy.
A co pan tu robi, panie Konieczkin?
Zabijam czas.
A, ciekawe hobby.
Zwyczajnie interesują mnie ludzie.
To samo mógłby powiedzieć lekarz, taumaturg albo policjant.
Pan mi schlebia. Kto wie? Może niedaleko pada jabłko od jabłoni i jeszcze kiedyś się zaprzyjaźnimy.
Jak dobrze znał pan moją jabłoń?
Lubiliśmy ze sobą rozmawiać, pomagać sobie.
Good favors are we talking?
Jeśli pan pozwoli, nurtuje mnie pewne pytanie. Jak pan zdobył tyle blizn?
Dlaczego pan pyta?
Słyszałem, że rosyjscy oficerowie podczas szkolenia po godzinach pojedynkują się na szable po pijaku.
That would be a very Russian
Bardzo
thing to
dziwny
do.
zwyczaj, jeżeli to prawda.
A więc, skąd te blizny?
Wiodłem ciekawe życie.
Mówił pan, że kim był dla mojego ojca?
Zaufanym znajomym. Wspierałem go dobrą radą, choć po prawdzie rzadko jej potrzebował. Pański ojciec miał dar podejmowania dobrych decyzji.
O jakie decyzje mojego ojca chodzi?
O te, które były dobre dla waszej rodziny. Może jeszcze będziemy mieli kiedyś okazję do tego wrócić. Do zobaczenia, panie Szulski.
Hey, whenever you're feeling a craving for Mexican fast food, Frosty can just hit his car and grab a bite in the middle of the night if he wants to. Now that's true comfort of living that we can all aspire to. That is a peculiar looking dress right here. Very neon-esque.
Ten generał mu mówi, powiedz pan coś zabawnego. Na co Bałucki mu odpowiada? To niech pan generał najpierw wystrzeli z armaty.
Doprawdy, muszę to jutro opowiedzieć u Orłowskich.
Women.
Kim może być nasz nowy rozmówca?
Wie pan, w pańskich rysach jest coś znajomego.
Nazywam się Wiktor Szulski.
Rzeczywiście, ma pan coś takiego w oczach. Przykro mi z powodu pańskiego ojca.
I'm not, and I
Do
make it
zobaczenia,
well known to
kochany.
people
Wspaniałe przyjęcie.
that me and my old man, we do not see eye to
zobaczenia.
eye.
Chyba nie uraziłem creme de la creme Warszawy.
Bez przesady z tym crème de la crème. Jak znajduje pan moje soirée?
It's way too many. It's way too many French terms. Oh, the consequences of the French being our cultural inspirations for many centuries.
Nie ukrywam, że poznaję życie towarzyskie na nowo.
Pan długo był w podróży, prawda?
15 lat. Przywykłem w tym czasie do bardziej surowego otoczenia.
Proszę mi wierzyć, salony bywają równie niebezpieczne, co dzikie stepy. Anastazję i Marinę już pan poznał, a resztę?
Jak to jest być częścią dworu carskiego?
To jest błogosławieństwo i przekleństwo. Pozwolę sobie tego nie rozwijać.
Yeah, let's get to the point.
Do sedna. Jestem tu z powodu mojego ojca. Znała go pani.
Nie słyszałam pytania w pańskim tonie. Owszem, byłam jego klientką. Naprawdę bardzo wam współczuję. Obojgu. Śmierć kogoś bliskiego to zawsze wielki
You wouldn't
cios.
happen to know about a book he used to
Proszę
cherish.
przyjąć kondolencje.
Pani Rumiancewa, będę nalegał.
Panie Szulski, zapewniam, że wódeczkę mamy najprzedniejszą. A poza tym gorąco namawiam pana na wyjątkowy seans
No
Madame
salt.
Samiry. To będzie niezapomniane
However, I will
przeżycie.
partake in the vodka. Thank you very much.
Myślę. Czy to aby wszystko, co Soirée ma panu do zaoferowania?
Nie pozostaje nic innego, jak dać się ponieść tej nocy.
There's a subtle thread.
Proszę się nie oszczędzać.
Yes. There's a distinctly thaumaturgical aura surrounding this woman. Subtle suggestion. Svetlana refuses to talk openly with me. Maybe she is anxious about all the gossip-hungry ears around us. Still, I can feel she wants to tell me something. I should watch her surroundings closely. Maybe I can learn something that way. In other words, we got investigating to do. And naturally, I'm gonna snoop around because who's gonna stop me? That's right. No one.
Coś poczułem. Gdzie to jest?
Tiled stove. There is some soot and remnants of a burned leather on the cast iron. Her usually steady hands were shaking as her eyes followed the written words. He was watching her. Surely knew that. How dare he threaten her? Agitated, she threw the note in the furnace. Too bad she couldn't get rid of the stalker that easily. The remains contained the officer's concern about Svetlana's condition, expressed in a seemingly kind-hearted tone. The message ends with a veiled threat, foreshadowing a desire to interfere. The other day, Golden sent me this meme of the two drug dealers talking about how the economy is collapsing, and one is reminding the other, "We don't care, we sell crack," and they're like, "Splendid," but it's been remodeled to reflect the gaming industry instead, so it's like we play 20-year-old games anyway. And that reminded me that indeed half of my streamer archive is pretty much 20+ year old games, and you know, that's a good thing.
Thaumaturgia mnie nie myli. Coś tu jest.
There is no shortage of older video games that I never got to try out, and I'm now currently catching up that I do not regret finally getting myself into. For the record, I don't consider remasters newer releases per se, because fundamentally they're just brushed up older games. So it's still quote-unquote vintage gaming in the end. Kind of funny how you linked me to that picture when I'm currently streaming two newer games to mix things up. But don't you worry, there is no shortage of classics that we shall be partaking in the future. Row of candles. A row of burning candles, probably for an air of mystery. An image emerges from the flames, a hand dancing over the fire, a gaze that follows it. and lips uttering words of anxious excitement, a promise of capturing the certainty of success. You'll be mine. Who's this about? And it has the fortune teller sense. Interestingly enough. Seance table, covered by a red cloth with images of constellations. The fabric of the tablecloth is permeated with weariness and nervousness. The emotions are fresh and clear. They've just traveled from Samira's fingertips as she held her palms there to avoid biting her nails from stress. Was it me who had that effect on her?
Może już starczy. Czego chcesz?
Ooh. Was that like a
Sztuczka z
harpy?
wchodzeniem do głowy. Znam jednego, co też tak umie.
Marny z ciebie taumaturg, jeśli ty nie potrafisz.
Remember,
Przyszedłeś mnie
that is art.
W tym drugim
There are
nie
no
widzę frajdy.
undertones to speak of
Więc
here.
czego chcesz?
Just bear that in mind, Twitch. We get to read what was associated with that book. So we just immediately got thrown in the cutscene. Madame Samira is not only a mysterious psychic, but also a thaumaturge. Aware of the Wild Soldier's presence, she wants to capture him for herself, so she's not happy to have another thaumaturge around. She's clearly determined to get the Soldier, which is why she's trying so hard to sway me from the hunt. That was actually a point I was going to bring up eventually, where to this point we only heard about male Soldiers. So we do know now that it is a talent that does not discriminate between genders. And if the game decides to pursue this narrative, then, you know, it'll be easy to tie in the witch hunts to thaumaturgy.
Twój Sirin jest naprawdę imponujący.
Siren, you say?
Pochlebstwa nigdzie cię nie zaprowadzą.
Oh, as in
Nada.
Siren.
Jesteś nieuprzejmy.
I can see it.
Może zrobimy małe zawody. Zobaczymy, kto wygra.
Oh, wait a minute, a scuffle? Samira's soldier looks impressive, to say the least. It's Siren. It matches her mysterious aura. Behind the mysterious guise of Madame Samira is a thaumaturge accompanied by Siren, as tricky as herself. The role of a psychic allows Samira to freely frequent social gatherings that also lure the soldiers she's chasing.
Uważam, że pomysł z udawaniem medium jest świetny.
Brzmisz, jakbym ci zaimponowała.
Jak wiele osób wie,
To groźba?
No, perhaps we're genuinely impressed by her talent.
zauważyłem tu dzikiego salutora. Rozumiem, że twoja obecność jest związana właśnie z nim.
Nie mieszaj się w to,
Dlaczego?
bo cię ostrzegam.
This could go from either a race to see who gets the soldier first, to an open battle.
Co wiesz o tym salutorze? Wiesz, jak się nazywa?
A ty nie?
Imię i tak niewiele daje. Liczy się tylko wyłuskanie z tłumu osoby ze skazą.
Ja doskonale wiem, kto nosi skazę. Kolejny powód, abyś się w to nie mieszał.
Osoba ze skazą weźmie udział w seansie, tak? Hurra! Trafiłem.
Skończyłeś?
I'll end the discussion when I want to, thank you very much. So the person with the flower will take part in Samira's seance. The thaumaturge cleverly planned everything.
Taki ton nie przystoi damie, madam. Może niech tego salutora złapie po prostu lepszy.
A fine idea.
Mówisz o sobie?
I'll have you know I have two, which is already a major achievement for any thaumaturge.
A zatem kończymy?
Tak będzie najlepiej. I posłuchaj mnie uważnie, panie, jak ci tam?
Szulski, ale wystarczy Wiktor.
Rozpłyniesz się teraz jak zły sen, panie Szulski, a ja wrócę do pracy.
Man, that accent really slipped there by the end. I'm gonna bug you some more.
Szulski, nie igraj ze mną.
Mentioned that he saw her poster.
Widziałem jeden z twoich plakatów. Wyglądasz na nim inaczej.
Naprawdę? Rysunek nie oddaje rzeczywistości?
Jak to ująć? Nikt mnie nie uprzedził, że powinienem był się przebrać na przyjęcie.
Słucham?
Zwracam tylko uwagę, jak wyjątkowo wyglądasz na tle nudnych gości.
Bezczelny.
Tylko trochę nieokrzesany.
15 years in the role will do that to you. Start to forget, you know, the intricacies of interpersonal relationships.
Dobrze znasz gospodynię?
A dasz mi spokój, jeśli powiem, że nie?
Nope.
Światło na rumiance was zaprasza, a ja staram się sprostać oczekiwaniom. Nie wchodźmy sobie w drogę.
So the weird thing is, judging from the name, I assume she's supposed to be of Romani descent? Something along those lines, but the way the voice actress accentuates some of those words makes me think like she's trying to emulate the French accent. Which I guess could work if this character spent some time in France, but pure hypothesis.
Czyją duszę przywoła dzisiaj droga madame?
Wiem tylko, którą wolałabym odprawić. Sio.
Może mojego zmarłego ojca? Gdyby się udało, zaoszczędziłoby mi to sporo trudu.
Teraz nigdy się nie dowiemy.
Znikam. Na teraz.
Czasem dobrze jest odpuścić i pozwolić innym robić swoje. Dla własnego dobra.
Take that as a challenge.
Chyba podejmę te rękawice.
We'll be sure to attend the seance. Champagne glasses. Lips that sipped champagne a moment ago. Oh, okay. Never mind. We didn't need to know that. Thanks. What have we learned? So here's Siren. Sirens arrived in Rus together with Persian merchants. According to Slavic beliefs, they sing sacred songs that bring luck. But people can be led astray by these songs. They are seductively beautiful and extremely dangerous. The flaws they are interested in are those related to great sadness, the desire to forget, forbearance, charity, and forgiveness. Siren I saw belongs to Samira. This one I cannot have, no matter how badly I want to. I mean, unless somebody would happen to Samira. Eh? Sofia Georgievna Skalon, this year's debutante, the daughter of the Governor General of Warsaw, Georgy Skalon himself. Young, she's only taking her first steps in high society, yet she already has many admirers. There's something intriguing about her. Madame Samira, a psychic. Her seances are very popular in Warsaw. Wonderful girls are also as attracted to her. We met at Svetlana Umyantseva's soiree. Immediately there was tension between us. Samira cannot stand me. The reason might be that she is a thaumaturge herself. Her solar is Siren. Sergei. At Svetlana's soiree, I met an impassioned young man, Sergei Alexandrovich Nekrasov. It seems that he has a weakness for Sofia Skal and that he is a fairly typical representative of Warsaw's rich youth. I think we will become friends. Budzimierz konieczny. Budzimierz has created a convenient narrative for himself, one in which he is a holy warrior and the thaumaturges are the enemies of humanity. If the truth is different, that's too bad for the truth. Who else do we have up here? Melted candle. The wax has spilled and congealed. Solidified, the wax carries the memory of honest grief mixed with fear. However, those emotions were quickly concealed with well-practiced composure. This candle was the best farewell to the deceased that Svetlana could afford. silk pillows. The fabric carries a memory of yearned for lightheartedness, passion, and a sense of security. Two people found solace in each other here. Two people, Svetlana and my father. This look remembers. It remembers the attentive planning, the recurrent doubts, the peaceful sense that everything was as it should be, and the other chaotic thoughts caused by passionate intoxication that I'd rather not know. Seems like the old man still had some game in him. Don't mind if I do. Was that a comedy laugh track just ripped off? Freesounds.com. Discreet half words, meaningful half smiles, and silent glances from behind the fan. Merely appearances, which is that I found myself in a den of snakes. People must tread carefully here. Speaking of snake, there's that saluter. Seems like we can still look around her apartment according to the marker. What's up, sis?
Tu jesteś.
Panowie, poznajcie mojego brata.
Wiktor Szulski.
Ostatni Szulski, który nosi spodnie.
Nie wiesz tego. Panna Ligia może jeszcze spłodzić dziedzica fortuny.
Nawet ze mną, jeśli nie wspomni o tym mojej żonie.
Ale porozmawiajmy w końcu po męsku. Zamierza pan przejąć firmę ojca, prawda?
Andrew Puchalski's wife.
Sugerują najpierw zająć się własnymi sprawami. Na przykład małżeńskimi. Może Luiza nie jest taką idiotką, za jaką ją pan bierze.
Że co, proszę?
Nie przyszło panu do głowy, że kiedy zostawia ją pan w domu, jej taka samotność
I don't
też
remember
może
where
być
we've learned that, but
Co pan sugeruje?
że jest pan rogaczem. Byłem zbyt subtelny.
To chyba prawda, co
Holy
się o panu opowiada.
Tak? Cóż takiego?
I can't believe the
Postradał
game
pan
uses
zmysły.
that term. Oh. That was great.
Długo i sumiennie na to pracowałem.
Powodzenia w interesach, panience.
Well, so much for that.
Prawie mi ich szkoda.
Przekroczyłem granicę?
Skądże? Jakieś postępy ze Swietłaną?
Look, they were being dicks to her sister, so that guy in particular deserves to be put back in his place.
Dość wnikliwie przyjrzałem się Samirze.
Called the C word.
Żadne z niej medium. Samira to taumaturgini na polowaniu.
Na polowaniu?
Madame upatrzyła sobie salutora, który przylgnął do jednego z gości.
Co to za salutor?
Pamiętasz te klechdy, które matka nam kiedyś czytała i legendę o złotym wężu?
Tak, o Welesie.
Tak. Cieszę się, że tu jesteś.
Ty też na niego polujesz?
His name is Veles,
Nie ukrywam, że
the
chciałbym
Slavic lord of the underworld.
Jeszcze się
God of
waham.
wealth, a schemer.
Bądź
The
ostrożny.
story gives him the perfect conditions for
Jestem.
feeding, goading, and
Dlatego
plotting.
się waham. Niestety. Swietłana nie chce puścić pary z ust.
Pewnie ci nie ufa. W tym towarzystwie to jedno akurat o niej dobrze świadczy.
Skąd ten chłód, siostro?
Nigdy jej nie lubiłam. Jej sposób bycia mnie drażni. Słyszałam, że straszna z niej intrygantka.
Oh, plotting on the court. Go figure. Lydia's reaction, strange. Lydia usually refrains from gossiping. She's always been the first to condemn such behavior. What she said about Svetlana may have been caused by the Zulu's influence on the environment, or the fact that she and our father had a fling.
Wiedziałaś, że tatuś miał romans z gospodynią tego wieczoru?
A jesteś pewny?
Najbardziej, jak tylko taumaturg może być. Czułem, co on czuł, kiedy... No wiesz.
O, przestań. To obrzydliwe. Szybko. Zmień temat.
Would you like me to go into more detail?
Zofia Skałon, córka generał-gubernatora. Znasz ją?
Nie, i tobie również nie radzę zawierać z nią jakiejś znajomości. Skałon nie znosi taumaturgów.
I've seen that sentiment shared about a lot of people. Well, to be fair, when you have the ability to get into people's minds and learn their deepest, darkest secrets, that would make you friends with just about everyone. Understandably. Governor General Scallon is not very fond of thaumaturges. Well, I'm not surprised. I'm a person who sees an obscure threat in us.
Zgadnij, kogo znów spotkałem. Tajemniczy i mocno pokiereszowany.
Iwan Konieczki?
Co o nim wiesz?
Niewiele. To jakiś znajomy taty. Cóż, w zasadzie to właśnie dzięki niemu tutaj jesteśmy.
Co takiego? Digia.
Wiem, że nie ma nic za darmo, ale on naprawdę niczego nie chciał.
So he says.
Tak, wygląda mi na prawdziwego altruistę.
Yeah. Well, that's definitely not going to be a freebie.
Jak się bawisz w tym gnieździe żmii?
Wódka jest całkiem znośna.
That's my
Obserwuję,
sister.
jak mój własny brat wyżywa się na zwykłych śmiertelnikach.
That's my sister,
Nie
alright?
wiem, o czym mówisz. Idę.
Not only that, but she absolutely rocks that red coat. Looks amazing on her. So, oh. String of pearls. One could buy a small town with it. The affection granted of one woman covered by the shame of another. Though an honest gift from the Tsarina, Svetlana feels guilty every time she sees it. Travel chest. Time worn, though it looks like new. Probably heavy. The chest is kept at the ready. Svetlana's personal items were put into the chest and then removed, all due to her growing anxiety and uncertainty. Should she pack and leave? Again, a restless hand closes the empty chest and decides to keep waiting. All Svetlana's fears. No wonder Svetlana was reluctant to talk if she's afraid of someone watching her closely. Especially that someone knows a lot about her and maybe even her pent-up desire to escape. Besides, she had an affair with my father. Maybe I can make her confide in me. Then I'll ask her about what I came here for. The Black Grimoire. Speaking of, where did you walk off to? Of course, the moment I uncover some very important information, the NPC decides, just gotta fuck off.
Szukałem pani.
Pali pan, panie Szulski?
Rzuciłem.
W świetle nadchodzącej rozmowy proponuję porzucić konwenansę. Swietlana.
Wiktor.
Pytaj.
Spalony liścik. Kto go nadał? Wyczułem jedynie interesowną życzliwość.
Da, ochrana. Nie wiem, kto z nich dokładnie, jeśli o to pytasz. Zapracowałam sobie na to.
This the type of medium where they look, they take the extra effort to make a character as Who Smoke look especially cool. The way she's holding that ciggy with two fingers propped up. We all know the negative sides of smoking, but you gotta admit, It does make you feel like a badass.
Kiedy dostałaś ten liścik?
Kilka tygodni temu, jeszcze zanim twój ojciec.
Rozumiem. Mieliście romans.
Dwoje dorosłych, samotnych ludzi znalazło chwilowy komfort w swoich ramionach. Ale to nie romans napędzał tę znajomość. Tylko to, że oboje patrzyliśmy w tym samym kierunku.
Nie miałem okazji poznać go jako człowieka, tym bardziej skłonnego do
Should
takiego
make sure that I go through
uczucia.
all the optional dialogue
Masz
first.
na myśli miłość, da?
To była miłość?
Tęsknię za nim. Po prostu.
Co masz na myśli przez patrzeć w tym samym kierunku? Ten wielki podróżny kufer. Zmieniałaś zdanie.
Czy się pakować, czy nie? Chciałam wtedy uciekać. Bardzo. Ale to by miało swoje konsekwencje. A to właśnie w grze pozorów jestem najlepsza.
Nie wiem jeszcze, czemu ten życzliwy liścik do ciebie trafił. Ale za to znalazłem piękny sznur pereł, a na nim twoje wyrzuty sumienia.
Wasza moc jest przerażająca, wiesz?
Tell me about it.
Te perły podarowała ci caryca Aleksandra. Jesteście blisko.
Jestem jej powierniczką. Mogę się nazywać jej przyjaciółką. Widzę, ile ona poświęca dla rodziny i państwa.
Jednak coś się zmieniło. Twoje wyrzuty sumienia mają związek z carycą Aleksandrą?
Z całym caratem. Ruski mir, a ta fars. My, establishment, dostrzegamy konieczność zmiany. Chcemy reform. Kolos już się chwieje, ale jeśli upadnie... La guillotine, mon chéri. A ja chcę żyć, Wiktorze. Najlepiej bliżej zachodu.
Yeah, back in that day, that was the dream. If you were on this side of the world. So yeah, she's kind of alluding to the tsardom slowly crumbling, which was pretty much due to the rise of socialism and tensions building up in Russian society, which, well, historically we all know what that led to. And the unfortunate circumstances of the Tsar and his family being overthrown.
Gdzie w tym wszystkim był mój ojciec?
Chcąc nie chcąc, był częścią establishmentu, który chciał zmian i dostrzegł rewolucję, zanim nadeszła.
Ochrana wiedziała o was. Stąd liścik.
Coś musieli zauważyć. Czas, żebyś mi zdradził, po co naprawdę przyszedłeś na soirée.
Co zamierzasz teraz?
Nic. Soirée wciąż będą się odbywać. Do tego przywykło towarzystwo. Wszystko bez zmian. Ja jakoś sobie poradzę.
Myślisz, że to ochrana zabiła mojego ojca?
Twojego ojca przygniotła kamienica. Nie sądzę,
Nie,
że
bo-
tak teraz działa ochrana.
Yeah, but what if they
Może masz rację.
make the building collapse? Huh? What about that? Some conspiracy.
Liczyłem, że możesz coś wiedzieć o jego czarnym grymuarze. Ojciec zapisał mi go w spadku, ale grymuar przepadł.
Nie. A ta zawalona kamienica? Byłeś tam?
Nic tam nie ma.
Mój drogi, nie wiem nic o księdze Stanisława. Przykro mi, ale tu nie pomogę.
That's not my
Ale nie puszczę cię
Thaumaturge
stąd
sense
z
is
pustymi
telling me.
rękami. Intensywnie myślę, że powinieneś odwiedzić jedno miejsce. To, co tam znajdziesz, należy do ciebie.
Dziękuję.
To ja dziękuję, że mnie wysłuchałeś.
You're welcome. Learned some interesting things from her. Follow Svetlana's thoughts. That I will. Letters. Father's letters to Svetlana were very tender and romantic. I would not have expected this from him. If these letters had fallen into the wrong hands, they could have done a lot of damage to the lovers. It's definitely better that I hold on to them instead. I sense the presence of a wild saluter nearby. He do be slithering.
Weles. Nie uciekaj.
I'm gonna get you.
Wspaniałe damy, wytworzeni panowie, nastała już godzina. Przy stłumionym świetle i zasuniętych zasłonach dusze zmarłych powoli gromadzą się wśród nas. Na ich polecenie wybrani z was otrzymali ode mnie kartę tarota, która jest zaproszeniem do stołu.
To dla pana.
Third card, number 0. The Fool. Oh hell yeah, we get the protagonist card. Anyone who plays Persona will get that reference. The card almost burns with the emotions left on it. The Thaumaturge must have put all the hostility she could summon into the card. Hostility toward me. Maybe we'll return to Sion soon. If only out of spite.
Głupiec. Droga madam dokazuje i sądzi, że mnie onieśmieli. Nie zamierzam tracić na to czasu.
Zbierzmy się w tajnym obrzędzie. Nie każmy duszom czekać zbyt długo. Oraz dołóżmy wszelkich starań, aby nie zakłócać ich wizyty.
Yet another needle stuck in me. Madame Samira has to cover the windows and dim the lights. The seance requires a certain aura, so the apartment must be kept in darkness until it's over. I think this will be a good point to save. Can't get one clue. Joy drifts over the mirror's surface. Her heart throbs when everyone is looking, when her name echoes everywhere. Sophia. So does some lose their heads for her, literally. It only makes for better stories. Besides the madam, I'm seeing only one other NPC I can actually talk to so far. The wooden armors look battered. A frustrating thought penetrated Sergei's mind as he sat on a chair, watching Sophia from afar. Why did Sophia suddenly start ignoring him? He would do anything for her if she asked. The problem is that Sophia won't speak at all. She takes no notice of him anymore. Ashtray full of cigarette butts. The smoking was accompanied by a joyful conversation. Sophia's friends were happy she came with them despite her father's ban. They like to watch her clever intrigues that provide them with topics for gossip. These cigarette butts have women's lip marks on them. If only their father saw what they were doing. Sophia spreads her wings when she is out of her father's sight. Watching her scheming is sheer pleasure. Anything else before I decide to talk with her? Obviously, the more clues I can cover beforehand, the better for questioning. Can't do anything more about the mirror, so let's try talking to
Panie
her.
Wiktorze, mogę panu zająć chwilkę?
Czym mogę służyć?
Gramy właśnie z przyjaciółmi w Prawdę czy Wyzwanie. I teraz jest moja kolej. Czy nie zachwyciłby mnie pan swoimi mocami?
There was a modern horror movie based around this idea. It wasn't very good. Note that your father doesn't like thaumaturges.
Panienki ojciec nie byłby zachwycony, że bawi się ona z taumaturgiem.
Może właśnie o to mi chodzi.
Ooh.
Żeby nie spełniać
A
ciągle
thrill
jego życzeń.
seeker, huh?
Wpierw poproszę panienkę o przybliżenie mi zasad.
Oczywiście, jestem niemądra. Przecież dawno pana tu nie było. To proste. Każdy z uczestników po kolei musi wyznać prawdę lub podjąć się wyzwania. Kto nie sprosta, odpada z gry i tym samym przegrywa. A ja nie lubię przegrywać.
Jak się domyślam, u panienki z dwojga złego padło na wyzwanie.
Pan jest szalenie zmyślny. Polega ono na odkryciu sekretów moich towarzyszy, Iriny, Maksyma bądź Siergieja. Sęk w tym, że pan jest w tym znacznie bieglejszy niż ja.
You know what? We'll play along. Seems fun.
Przyjmuję.
Wiedziałam, że pan mnie nie zawiedzie.
Zobaczę, co uda mi się znaleźć. Wystarczy jakikolwiek sekret?
Jakikolwiek. Będę czekała pańskiego powrotu.
Let's stir up this boring party.
Rozejrzę się.
Party game. At Sophia Scan's request, I agreed to play Truth or Dare to help her complete her task. She and her companions are only looking for distraction by learning more about each other, but I could use that to my advantage. Decorative vase. It stands on the piano, but there are no flowers in it. The vase reflects the strong emotions babbling up in Sergei. Jealousy mixed with fear. Jealousy directed at me, as he considers me his rival. Fear that Sophia will ignore him when I'm around. The admirer's secrets. Sergei can't stop thinking about Sophia. He cares about her so much he's willing to do anything for her. He can't understand why Sophia doesn't reciprocate his feelings. It frustrates him. He considers me a rival admirer. A very fancy decorative sofa. She sat on the sofa, watching the crowd. Usually flirtatious and playful, she felt an overwhelming emptiness at the moment, which was something new for her. A feeling of loneliness. A need to belong? It only lasted a moment. Then she grinned and continued the same old charade. Numerous empty glasses indicate someone here is a fast drinker. Sip by sip, sip by sip. Maxime swigs alcohol as he watches the surroundings, focusing mainly on the ladies and longing for companionship. Irina is looking pretty today. Well, it's the alcohol in your system, buddy. Chuck more than enough, and it sure takes an interesting turn in your perception of reality. No, no secrets. Maxime is lonely. As we all are from time to time, he tries to drown his feelings in alcohol, but the effect is the opposite of his intentions. His attention is drawn by Sofia Scan's friend, Irina. Someone has nervously plucked palm leaves. Irina wound leaves around her finger with abandon, or plucked them discreetly, immersed in thought. Sophia shrugged at Maxime. She might walk up to him, but no, she won't. Hesitant, she eventually failed to make a move. Hesitancy prevents Irina from making a decision. She feels torn. She would like to indulge herself, spend more time with Maxime, but she cannot make a move. Thus, she's in limbo, going over all possible scenarios in her head. It was a different time, where it was more appropriate for the gentleman to make the first move. And well, we'd all like to believe that's still the standard in modern society, but we know how cooked that dating scene is. It ain't easy, especially for us blokes.
Niecierpliwią się. Czego się pan dowiedział?
So if I chose otherwise, I could have just told her no.
Panienka Irina chciałaby bliżej poznać Maksyma, ale wciąż się waha.
Coś takiego. Nie zwierzała mi się. Taka to przyjaciółka. A co na to nasz drogi Maksym?
Maksym ma tylko jedno w głowie. Panienkę Irinę.
Wiedziałam!
Zastanawiałem się, gdzie znikłaś.
Siergieja pan zna, prawda?
Mieliśmy przyjemność.
Razem z panem Wiktorem sprostaliśmy mojemu arcytrudnemu wyzwaniu.
Polecam się.
Teraz kolej naprawdę. Czy pan się z kimś widuje?
Ooh. The moment you get that X-ray, you know shit's about to go down. Sophia seems to be toying with me. She keeps boldly asking about my private manners, looking for strength in her impertinence. I only wonder if she's toying with Viktor Szulski, the person, or the Thaumaturge. I mean, not exactly, but I'm gonna make the diplomatic answer of I'm already married to Thaumaturge.
Moje serce jest już zajęte.
Liczyłam na inną odpowiedź.
Panie Szulski, na nas już czas. Zofia i ja musimy udać się na seans. Madame czeka.
Jeszcze raz dziękuję.
Do widzenia. Zatem Weles przypełzł tu za Zofią Skałon i jej skazą. Wydawała się takim niewinnym dziewczęciem, prawda?
You said it, pal.
Nie przypadkiem skupiła się na mnie. W końcu stary Skałon nienawidzi taumaturgów. Figlara. Jeśli chcę dojrzeć skazę tej małej intrygantki, muszę się dosiąść do tego żałobnego stoliczka. Jej intrygantstwo albo jej zazdrosny kawaler posłużą mi do dojrzenia skazy. Mam nadzieję, że jej ojciec się nie dowie.
It all depends on what's gonna happen by that table. It might get pretty heated. At the game of Truth or Dare, something filtered around Sophia's skeleton, a flaw induced by scheming. It fits. After all, Sophia has a fondness for high society and playing games. Veles, the insider, is lured by the flaw of the schemer Sophia skeleton. In order to capture him, I have to play by the rules here, which means exposing Sophia to some stirring experience. I sense that a scandal is inevitable. And I'm all about it. Take a sheet.
Wolne, prawda?
Energia się rozprasza. Drodzy Państwo, tracę kontakt z duszami.
To przecież duchy mnie wybrały.
To prawda, pan ma kartę.
Congratulations, you play yourself. Just giving me the death glare.
Połóżmy obie dłonie na stole. Pozwólmy naszym umysłom uwolnić się od okowów ciał doczesnych i podążać ku brzegom znanego wam świata.
Myśli pan o kimś wyjątkowym, kogo chciałby pan przyzwać?
We're gonna toy around with her.
Niech pan jej da spokój.
Siergiej, nic ci do tego.
Drodzy goście, upraszam was duszę.
That's true. Could I have already had this though? Strange.
To zazdrość przez pana przemawia?
Wstawaj tu! Choćby teraz!
Przyjmuję wyzwanie, choćby teraz.
Skupcie się na kimś, z kim nawiążecie kontakt.
Someone continues to elude you. Keep searching. Ah, you know what? Screw it.
Zadowoliłby panienkę pojedynek? Między mną a tym nieborakiem?
Będziecie się teraz bić?
Proszę wybrać miejsce.
Pojedynek o mnie byłby doprawdy nad wyraz ekscytujący.
Też tak myślę.
Nie waż się! Miałeś się trzymać z daleka. Ja miałam wyjść stąd z Welesem.
Who said so?
Tyle pracy. Po nic.
Daruj sobie. Walka była uczciwa.
Ależ nie zamierzam cię zatrzymywać. Po prawdzie, jest mi ciebie nawet szkoda.
Co to znaczy?
Pozbądź się tej buty, którą w sobie nosisz. Inaczej zaprowadzicie na stryczek.
Wystarczy. Salutor na mnie czeka.
Ciesz się nim, głupcze.
That's a reference to the third card we got. Oh shit. Who's that other guy? We're supposed to have a duel, which... Oh, it's his shadow. Damn, we're just straight up playing Persona here. I believe I already... Yeah, I maxed out everything from heart and deed we could. So our buddy Velas here is gonna be associated with word. Both of you are optimal. His shadow seems to be the stronger one here. Because he has resistance and more shield points, making it harder to break this character. Technically, I could focus on Sergei, knock him out quicker. You ever just punch a shadow in the face? Is that 6 stacks of bleed? Just immediately deployed on me? Sheesh. What a way to kick off. Alright, we still need to land that attack, but pretty much have this under control. Yep. Executed. Alright, now, yep. Okay, I guess my old man is here. Because, why not? Let him join the party too. That's gonna be very slow. I'm gonna play the slower game here, but we'll deal more damage from the turn. So a quick punch. That will take care of Sophia. And... Ooh. Double damage potentially. And we need to weaken you. At some point I'm definitely gonna have to switch to Gooper to recover some health I lost. You know what? Sure. Yeah, I'll do, kill my old man once more. Damage, nice. Ooh, that's another little damage buff, which I'm not too fond of. Can't switch my solar now, which is not optimal. I don't know if I can make it. Oh, maybe just barely. Ah, the bleed damage got me. Oh well. I'm gonna say I got too greedy with that second half. You have to switch to Upper earlier and regain some health. What I've learned thus far is that bleed is a very nasty status effect that can easily screw you over. Yeah, I'm sure. Even if it's only a little bit. Every single health point counts. Oof. That's stuck with complications. Only makes this trickier. That's actually to my favor because she'll be dead momentarily. And now I can focus on disabling your protection. Execute it. Don't let in fact that I'm close to getting my shield broken. Stagger is not optimal. It's gonna be a little scummy. I really need some health restoration right about now. Better safe than sorry. Learn after the first brawl. Even without the Bukovac, we're doing a decent job here. Yeah, he's almost gone. Give it to you. 1-2. Quite a lot. Hello? Game just shut down. Well, that sure was a conclusion. Unfortunately...
No cię tylko.
Oh.
Rasputin zobaczy.
Oh, thank God it actually
Przestaniesz
saved
ze mną walczyć.
after the fight was won. I would have been a
Drodzy
little
państwo,
salty
duchy, jak
otherwise.
widać, były dziś wyjątkowo niespokojne.
Mnie, duchy, powiedziały już wszystko, co powinienem usłyszeć.
A pan, co nam powie?
We could apologize. Sure. I got what I wanted, so let's be the better man here.
Siergieju, proszę zaczekać.
Panie Szulski, dżentelmen może znieść tylko pewną liczbę upokorzeń. Ja zdążyłem już wyczerpać swój limit. Winszuję wam obojgu.
Oh well.
Widzę, że pana nie przekonam.
Well, it's only one way I can
Muszę się
proceed.
wytłumaczyć. To ja sprowokowałem całą sytuację. Siergiej nie miał z tym nic wspólnego.
Ale po co to wszystko było?
Co tu się dzieje? Goście się skarżą i widzę, że jest na co. Kończymy tę katastrofę.
Jedną chwileczkę. Najpierw pan Szulski się wytłumaczy.
Turn against the upper crust and Sophia. You know what? I just wanted a little funsies.
Z własnych, nieprzymuszonych pobudek. Szukałem tu czegoś i to znalazłem. Przykro mi, że cudzym kosztem.
Wystarczy rzewnego gadania. Pan szanowny z książką łaskawie wyjdzie sam, czy mamy wyprowadzić?
Nie trzeba, trafię do drzwi. Madam, szanowni goście.
Wiktor, nie strasz mnie tak.
Panie Szulski, w porządku?
Na nas już chyba pora.
Złapię dorożkę.
I doubt we'll get invited
O
to
tej
any
porze
more
będzie państwu
parties
trudno. Ja was zawiozę.
at this rate.
Proszę, na pana Iwana zawsze można liczyć.
Wiktor. Dziękujemy. To bardzo uprzejme.
Oop.
Dziękuję za ciekawy wieczór.
Przepraszam, że tak to wszystko wyszło.
Nie dzisiaj, proszę.
Yeah, I think we'll just leave it at that.
Ligia. Dobranoc.
That was the most awkward good night. Capture upon tame soldiers won't obey your orders. Go to Rasputin to tame them. Ah. Fair enough. So, this actually makes me curious though, because this whole branch implies that I could have gotten the slaughter here at some point. Where though? I'm pretty sure that everything I could up until this stage. I guess not.
Gdzie jest Grażyna, kiedy jest potrzebna? Słucham?
Halo? Halo? Wiktor?
Przy telefonie.
Wiktorze, tu wujek Sasza. Co u ciebie? Rozeznałeś się już po starych kątach?
Niektóre rzeczy, jak wygodne łóżko, odkrywam na nowo. Miasto bardzo się zmieniło, jak my wszyscy. Najważniejsze jest chyba teraz dla mnie odzyskanie grymuaru ojca.
Twojego grymuaru. Trzymam kciuki, chłopcze.
Tak, u mnie w porządku, dziękuję. A co u ciebie, wujku?
Chciałem... Potrzebuję twojej pomocy, chłopcze. To bardzo delikatna sprawa.
You don't say.
Może znalazłbyś chwilę dla swojego wujaszka.
Zgoda. To gdzie się zobaczymy?
Pamiętasz, gdzie was zabierałem na pączki?
Of course, I've already been there.
Pamiętam.
No, to tam. Może powspominamy stare czasy, lepsze czasy. Do zobaczenia, Wiktorze. Dziękuję.
Thank you, Uncle. But in the meantime, I have to drop by my dear friend Rasputin so he can activate my new demon companion for me.
Pan Szujski.
Zastałem Rasputina.
Mr. Shitsky.
tak.
It's maybe his attitude. I don't think I like it. Hey, pal. I've been some interesting events lately. Allow me to indulge.
Chyba, że się mylę i przychodzisz z czymś przykrym.
Właściwie to nie czuję się najlepiej.
Zobaczmy, co przeprowadziłeś tym razem. Zamknij oczy i skup się na tym, co mówię. Wsłuchaj się w mój głos. Odpręż się i wsłuchaj się w siebie. Podążaj za moim głosem do swojego wnętrza. Widzisz go? Jest niesamowity.
Truly. Looks more like a Hindu god rather than a Slavic deity.
Mogę go poskromić. Możesz i potrafisz. Zobacz, on się boi. Uspokój bicie serca. To go płoszy. Uspokój się.
See, wasn't that easy? Now I have 3 spectral friends at my disposal.
Wyglądasz lepiej. Długo spałeś.
Tak mi się właśnie wydaje. Który mamy rok?
Wciąż 1905. Czas jednak płynie nieubłaganie.
Nie będę zawracał ci głowy. Porozmawiamy następnym razem.
Alright, that was a nice
Drzwi
snap at all.
nadarzyńskich zawsze są dla ciebie otwarte.
I shall not be on my way. Thank you. Alrighty. So now we can actually put some points down here. Let's see, we can buy this. Gives a 50% chance of additionally lowering the target's focus by 2. Why not? Got all these points to spare. Nervous doubling. Doubles affected damage or lowered focus if your focus is less than 6. Oh, that needs 2. Gotcha. So I've got distraction here, and I can enhance it with something. Receive 16 damage the last round of state's duration. Interrupts enemy's plan action if the enemy is in suffering state. Increases taken damage by 50%. So there's next action will be 1 round faster. Wow, that's a lot. The damage buff. This could be a nice stack. Potentially double the focus gauge damage by 4 points total. So I think we'll go with that. Veles. The dignified golden serpent is a Slavic representation of a god in the underworld. Wealth and intrigue, a perfect combination for high society. The flaws it follows are related to secrecy, an inclination to manipulate, scheming, a penchant for causing confusion, and a desire to watch the world burn as a result of one's intrigues. My Veles followed Sofia Scallon, a purple but terribly miserable girl who tried to capture everyone's attention with elaborate intrigues. He's a powerful soldier whose efficiency depends on luck. Countess Lenora Fedorovna Remontov, the doyen of the family and the political force who all must reckon with. She is one of the Tsar's favorite advisors and not to be underestimated. The Okrana, the Tsar's secret police that no one is safe from. Its officers like chameleons, either working secretly or disguised as your friends. Sometimes they will force their way with a badge and a trigger-happy finger. They do not believe in the notions of personal space, privacy, or freedom, all Western nonsense. They claim every right they can think of. As that Serena's lady-in-waiting, Svetlana is used to being followed by the Okrana's prying eyes, but being used to something does not equal acceptance. She harbors pent-up anger, which I don't blame her for. So, that was an interesting development. But still, I can't help but wonder, where on earth have I missed this guy? Because these two were part of the main story. So it could be that I did something out of order, or just missed a potential salute or someplace. Wouldn't Morana be the second tier of mind then? Meaning I can't unlock her until I have a predecessor. Well, we do have Veles now. Could potentially check if I can do anything about these guys. Which was, where was their hideout? Here. I'm gonna check if I can pick up on any more clues now. I can actually. Frame photo of a woman. Words of longing and vengeance have left deep, savagely sharp scratches in the film. Each and every insult addressed at Thaumaturges, uttered so often they became mechanical. Only made those scratches deeper. What about Mew?
Chce pan jeszcze o coś spytać?
To ja już nie przeszkadzam.
There's 2 more hints here that I'm missing. Both have to do with that woman over there.
Czego tu jeszcze węszysz?
Need a discussion about him and the vase.
Zabawne jest to wasze towarzystwo. Chyba nie macie wielu prawdziwych problemów w życiu.
Wy jesteście prawdziwym problemem. My walczymy o świat wolny od takiego robactwa. I wkrótce zwyciężymy. Nikt więcej nie padnie ofiarą tempermanckiej magii.
Oh, there we go. That unlocked a whole bunch of dialogue.
Kim jest ta kobieta na fotografii? To twoja żona?
Tak. I tyle niech ci wystarczy. Nie będę o niej mówił, zwłaszcza z kimś takim. Już się dość nacierpiała przez takich jak ty.
Tell you what, I'm not gonna make too much of a fuss if I miss stuff because it is a blind playthrough after all. If anything, that's gonna encourage you guys to try and play this potentially in a more optimal fashion and uncover new and exciting pathways to complete quests.
Wiem, że odeszła od ciebie. Wolała kogoś innego. Thaumaturga.
Zaczarował ją. Zostawiła mnie i dzieci. Przeklęty magik zniszczył moją rodzinę.
No, that was more of
Jestem
a
pewien, że przyczyna jej
woman
odejścia
moment.
leżała gdzie indziej.
Personal vendetta. Wojciech confessed that his beloved left him for a Thaumaturge. He believes she was manipulated into doing so. He is a no squat. The WAS chairman. Wojciech's personal feud with the Thaumaturge led him to take the helm of the WAS. In order to incite the same kind of hate in others, Wojciech, with less help, orchestrated a display featuring resurrected corpses. Interestingly, the core WAS members have distanced themselves from such methods.
Zadałeś sobie wiele trudu, żeby wyreżyserować to całe przedstawienie. O nieżyjącym Thaumaturgu, którego zła energia ożywia zwłoki na cmentarzu.
Obnażyłem realne zagrożenie. Pokazałem, co może się wydarzyć, jeśli dalej będziemy chować taumaturgów między normalnymi ludźmi.
I kto tak twierdzi?
Znajomy mi opowiadał. Jak śmiesz tak się wywyższać i tłumaczyć mi, jak działa świat? Masz się za lepszego?
I made it on the spot.
Widzę, że napisałeś książkę. Zastanawiam się, z jakich
My
źródeł
sources have made this up.
Z własnych doświadczeń. Wszystko to samo życie napisało.
Thaumaturgowie, męty społeczne o skrzywionych magią umysłach, mszczą się na przypadkowo spotkanych osobach za nieświadomie odczuwaną krzywdę. Znam takich o skrzywionych umysłach. Zatrudniają ludzi do wyrzucania zwłok
Oh, we're
z
close to
grobów.
breaking him. I can feel it. We just need one more good punch.
To interesujące, że nawet Światowe Towarzystwo Antytaumaturgiczne nie chce mieć z wami nic wspólnego.
Wszyscy wiedzą, że są infiltrowani przez tempermantów i wężosmoki. Inaczej by mnie posłuchali.
A, wężosmoki. To wszystko
Dragon
jasne.
serpents.
Jesteście odpowiedzialni
Some
za
things never
wszystkie
change,
cierpienia
no do
tej
they?
ziemi. Za wojny i głód. Wiem to, choć władze ukrywają to przed nami. Ale wkrótce ludzie przejrzą na oczy i przyznają mi rację.
Mówisz bardzo niebezpieczne rzeczy, również dla ciebie.
Bro is gonna crack like an
Ile
egg
mniej
at any rate.
zamieszania by było, gdybyś jej w sobie nie nosił. Jeszcze da się to naprawić.
I can fix him.
Co mi zrobiłeś?
Explain that you set him free from a flaw.
Pozbawiłem cię tego, co miało nad tobą kontrolę. Wybujała skaza związana z fanatyzmem nie pozwalała ci trzeźwo myśleć.
Jak to pozbawiłeś?
Zobacz, teraz już nie czujesz żaru nienawiści. Nie musisz już walczyć. Możesz odetchnąć z ulgą.
Chcę, żebyś już sobie poszedł. I żebyśmy się już więcej nie spotkali.
Obiecuję. Chyba że zlecisz nowe wykopki.
You know, I might have actually just completely robbed him of the will to live. Also, theoretically, I have no free flaws, right? Where do I check upon those? There we go. So Vehemence belonged to Vesna, a simple peasant girl from Transcaucasia, who killed her father in retaliation for his cruelty. Bukovac follows this flaw, increases the deed dimensions force by 1. Scheming. It belonged to Sofia Skell. Without, the girl will find respite from the scandals. That is my hope. Velas follows this flaw, increases the word dimensions force by 1. And now fanaticism. It belonged to Wojciech, an anti-Thaumaturge hardliner. Without, perhaps he will gain some clarity, which also boosts word. Well, what about wraps that up? Okay, we could now clear things up with his accomplice. He's in... Oh, cemetery. Thought he got kicked out of his job. I guess not. Perhaps he's oh. I mean like the main Undertaker.
Co? Panie Szulski?
Declared that the WAS won't be a problem anymore.
Przede wszystkim WTA nie będzie tu więcej psocić.
Wysłałeś ich pan do diabła, gdzie ich miejsce?
Kinda.
Sami się prosili.
No, z magikami to lepiej nie zadzierać. Nie będą się tu więcej panoszyć. Ale skoro już po wszystkim, może będziesz pan łaskaw wspomóc datkiem. Na rzecz cmentarza oczywiście. I żeby w przyszłości ważne wiadomości przychodziły do pana równie szybko.
Będę dziś łaskaw, a jakże? Proszę napisać do mojej siostry, przyślę panu czek.
Dzięki, żeś pan łaskawie spojrzał na uczciwego człowieka. Jak się kiedyś panu zemrze, najpiękniejszy karawan przygotuje. Z Bogiem, panie Szulski.
You know what? I don't mind. This guy might come off as a little sleazy, but he's someone to be on good terms with, because it will be a mutually beneficial relationship for us. And since I now have 2 points, I can buy this skill. The deed is growing ever so stronger. Woohoo! Give me a second. I know I'm gonna spoil myself a bit potentially, but I just want to check if I may have completely missed this first saluter, or do I still have an opportunity to acquire it? Not sure actually. Oh, I hate going to a website and just slams me with a lot of ads and pop-ups. Right, I see. So it appears I did this in an opposite order, potentially. Because they're both main quests. And apparently this one here leads us to our first mine cylinder. A unfortunate fluff up, but you know, part of the charm of this blind playthroughs go. You never quite know what you're gonna end up with. So I say we take care of this matter here, and once we have our first full lineup of tier 1 cylinders, then we can follow up on other optional quest lines and try and build up our strength. Less is with a bent frame and broken lens. Before his last breath left him, the father's gaze wandered, searching for the source of his end. He did not close his eyes. He passed away with his eyes wide open, hurling thunderbolts from his eyes toward his nemesis. Anger clung to the crude frame. Not grief, sadness, or fear, also natural in a moment of danger, anger. At the fact that death came too soon, it announced itself but did not ask about any unfinished business. Actually, a nice turnover would be, since I'm doing this after the sorry, is because I have Valis with me, that means that clues I would have missed without him are now opened up. So you kind of have to pick and choose your battles, and you might not get a super optimal run. Damaged pillar. A large pillar, broken in half. Wild fury radiated from here, nestled in the body. This blow to the pillar collapsed the entire building. A punch born of a powerful fist, carrying colossal amounts of strength. Chaos. Only chaos can be held here, devoid of any composed thought, intention. What breaks through to the surface of this disorder is destruction, as if designed the guts of what wrought it. A worn out leather shoe, dirty from dust. The owner of the shoe was a haughty soul who feared nothing, for whom death was an intruder destroying the order of the universe. He had his feet firmly on the ground, and even when death stared him in the eye, he did not give in to the instinct to flee. Yes, this shoe belonged to my father. This place carries the memory of my father. What is left of him here completes his image as a tenacious man with a hard heart. Interestingly, he expected death, although it came sooner than he expected, which clearly upset him. And the death that came for him was a strong, uncompromising fury.
Jest się tym magikiem, nie?
No? Our bro is material for, which means we can engage in pleasantries.
Śmierć nie zaskoczyła ojca. Zdaje się, jakby się jej spodziewał. Ale nie w tej chwili. To go wręcz zdenerwowało. Chciał coś dokończyć. I ta kamienica nie mogła się od tak zawalić, akurat gdy tędy przychodził.
With a not so friendly saluters
Może
behind
był w
it.
drodze na schadzkę ze Świetłaną.
Hej, Szulski!
Co?
Whoa. Well, that was rude.
Zwiąż go! O to chodzi. Mocniej.
Mamy jego książkę.
No i pięknie. Dobra, budzimy zasrańca. Pobudka, pobudka.
Co? Co jest?
No już, śpiąca królewno, nie mam całego dnia.
I know that name.
Pokaż no się.
You're the asshole from the wanted
Nie
posters.
najlepiej wyglądasz, pańczyku.
Fancy boy,
Nie
says
tego
the
się
dandy
spodziewałem.
himself.
Tak? A czego się spodziewałeś?
Że po latach spędzonych na paryskich salonach wrócisz piękny i wymuskany.
Skąd wiesz o Paryżu?
Przed niedzicem nic się nie ukryje, nie?
Kurwa. Może od razu moją metrykę urodzenia wyrecytuj.
A Baurycy Niedzic.
Kopelat, Szulski.
Co to za chory pomysł z tym porwaniem?
Taki żart. Co? Nieśmieszny? Nie. Jakie to uczucie, gdy to ode mnie zależy twoje życie?
It feels bad.
Nie najlepsze. Słuchaj, rozumiem, że nosisz w sobie jakiś żal o to, co się stało. Ale przyszłości nie zmienię.
No tak, ale kurwa! Kazałeś mi czekać na pomoc! Zamiast tego przyszły gliny. A wy umyliście ręce i daliście mojemu tatkowi zgnić w więzieniu. Przyznaj chociaż, że zachowałeś się jak chuj.
Well, when you put it that way, I mean, I don't know the exact details, so it's like, kind of have to go off what he's telling us.
Przyznaję, było to chujowe posunięcie ze strony mojego ojca.
Ojca? No i patrzcie go! Od razu się menda wybiela. Nazwisko zobowiązuje, co?
Do mojego ojca wróciła karma. Zapłacił paskudną śmiercią za to, jakim był człowiekiem. Pewnie słyszałeś.
No nie powiem. Dawno nic mnie tak nie ucieszyło, jak wiadomość o tym, że Szulski skończył jako breja na chodniku. Niby złego licho nie bierze, ale dla twojego starego zrobiło wyjątek.
Wraz z jego śmiercią zostawmy przeszłość za sobą.
Nie byłoby tematu, gdybyś nie podwędził wtedy tatusiowi Gnata. Siedzi to we mnie, Wiktorze, że razem pociągnęliśmy za spust. Razem!
Gdzie ta chuja?
Co do kurwy?
Szefie, to
If anything, you guys are getting to experience some nice, rowdy Polish banter. And learning some interesting new swear words you don't hear quite often.
Pokażmy tym chujom, że z mojkami się nie zadziera.
You know about the K word. Kurwa is a very popular Polish swear in my language, but chuj, which has a very universal use but generally just means penis, is also up there in terms of you can apply it in plenty of contexts and in very fun, creative ways. Inventory of debts. Alois Gajewski owes 200 rubles till September 10th. Duck and manure. Yamazaki Rudip, talk back, deadline until October 5. Knock one of his teeth out if he doesn't apologize in writing. Yusuf Landau, 50 rubles until September 9th. Break one finger for every 10 rubles out. That's one hand gone. Jan Fritschko, 335 rubles. Deadline till September 10th. Repaid. Tragedy on Marshall-Koska Street. Several people have died in a building collapse, including respected Warsaw entrepreneur Stanisław Szulski. No one seems to know the cause of the accident. Defective construction of the building or a deliberate attack? All we know is it could not have been foreseen. Shock and awe. The tenement house was inhabited by 4 families. 3 of them are now in mourning after losing their loved ones. The Bogusławskis lost their children. Mr. and Mrs. Grodecki lost their lives, and Franciszek Koń-Kowalski, the owner of a pram and linen factory warehouse, perished in the collapse. The case is being investigated by the police, where residents are advised caution when walking on city streets. Gonna take a sip of water because I've been talking for a while now. Ooh, for you analog horror enjoyers out there, I got recommended an interesting miniseries by a friend. It's called GEB Operating System. It's basically, as the name implies, a run through of a fake OS with a lot of interesting custom assets done for the purpose of this miniseries. There are whole fake games included throughout the playthrough, and there's a lot of creative use of technology pertaining to the early 2000s, running up together by Frutiger Arrow inspired aesthetic, and a lot of good vapor tracks pulled in for the OST.
Znowu wy.
Wholly recommended.
Lepiej, żebyście mieli dobry
Worth a
powód,
watch.
srańce, bo akurat byłem w trakcie arcyważnego spotkania.
Los zdecydował! Rzucaliśmy monetą i wyszło, że na tobie dzisiaj pięści poćwiczymy. Jakiś...
Pióra?
Aha.
Znam cię. Ty jesteś...
He's waving at us.
Przypomnę sobie teraz.
Ale dzisiaj tego pożałujecie. Dzisiaj
It looks
dajcie sobie władcę
kinda sort of like a
biesów.
basilisk.
Pokaż tym kretynom, Wiktorze.
Interestingly, the first fight where we get an ally, kinda sorta. Not sure if we can really count on him, but he's there, I suppose. I'm gonna say you are our priority here, for the fact that you got a saber, and that can cause bleed. So gives us an opportunity to take Velas for a spin. He can also restore our health, which is nice. That was underwhelming. Just stretches his hands and the guy flinches. Still, can use this opportunity to recover some health I lost. Very important considering I've got yet another fine stack of bleed. Did they really blow the entire load on fancy attack animations with Uper and Bukevich? Because Villagers kind of shrugs. That's about it. Boris isn't doing too hot. Hopefully it's not one of those scenarios where I actually have to pay attention to his health bar too. Otherwise he gets knocked out and I lose the battle. One HP. You are lucky.
Nigdy nie zawolisz. Jak dobrze zacząć wieczór, to tylko w barze u Niedzieca.
Jak się bawić, to się bawić. Kolejka dla wszystkich.
Realistic footage of how men actually bond
Stara przyjaźń
with
nie
their fists
rdzewieje, co?
and swords.
Masz tu polską, czystą mateczkę wszystkich trunków. Zasmakuj!
that was
Tobie
an
jak
alcohol, of
jeszcze
course.
za granicą piłeś.
To jesteśmy kwita? Pomogłem ci. Więc zapominamy o tym, co było?
Nie bądź taki interesowny, Wiktorze. Sztymunku jeszcze między nami nie ma. Dobrze grzeje.
Knykcie mnie świeżbią. Gdzie indziej idziemy szukać zwady?
Krzyż na drogę. No, i co powiesz, Wiktorze?
Wracając do tematu przeszłości.
Chuj z przeszłością. Tu i teraz jesteśmy. Cieszmy się chwilą. Zdrowie.
Fair
Nie
enough.
chcesz o tym rozmawiać? Myślałem, że dlatego mnie porwałeś.
Już mi się odwidziało. Lepiej powiedz, co się tak po moim barze rozglądasz.
But you brought me here in the first place.
Wydaje mi się, że w twoim barze jest dla mnie robota.
No raczej. Ja ci w niej pomogę.
Nie taka, taumaturgiczna. Wydaje mi się, że jest tu salutor.
Co kurwa? Który mi tu demona sprowadził? Zaraz mu... Chociaż czekaj, no ty. Taki demon to dobra reklama. Ej ludzie! Od dzisiaj bar londyński będzie znany jako... Nora Demona. Idźcie i
Sure has a better
rozpowiadajcie,
ring
że
than the
tylko
London
tu
bar.
można czystą otrzaskać w towarzystwie diabła.
Słuchaj, to ty pomyśl, w którym kierunku rozwijać swój biznes, a ja się rozejrzę i zaraz wrócę.
Idź. Ja jeszcze nieco wargi zwilżę i popatrzę, jak robisz czary-mary. A jakbyś czegoś
I'm going to
potrzebował,
wet my
to ja tu
whistle.
jestem. Pomogę.
That feels like a phrase I've heard before, but not in ages. In terms of euphemisms for drinking. Find out more about Aboritsi. Well, I shall certainly snoop around, because that's what I do the best. A hole in the wall with a bullet stuck in it. My first expectation is always to find fear, doubt, or anger behind a bullet. After all, who shoots just like that? Treating it as some sort of game. Is it the kind of person who fired this bullet? Lightheartedly, seeing a weapon only as a tool of enjoyment. Menu. Kasztańsk restaurant. Let's see what we got. Borscht Broth, fruit soup, pottage with crayfish. Ooh, that's something a little fancier. Goose and jelly, young turkey, romaine lettuce, pan-seared saffron milk cups, cucumber salad, compote, cream of chocolate, pears a l'Autero, cup of green gages, mocha black coffee, local lager, English porter, portioned caviar and snacks. Might even serve caviar here? This place is doing great. Oh well, no, wait. They just took the menu from someplace else to make it seem like this establishment is more than it is. Are normally detracts of blood. The cloth is stained with fresh blood, the ultimate blood, that which flows from a fatal wound. Carelessly put away, it is last reminder of recent brawl with a tragic ending. Wooden pole with traces of knife throwing. Drops of blood seeped deep into the wood, preserving the memory of a severed human ear. The hand that threw the knife had a clear target, an ear cut off in a frenzy with a smile, by a mind deaf to any afterthought. Individual splinters will remember the cold steel of the blade, which was guided by a heart marred by competitiveness. And no precision, only stupidity fueled by desire to win. It just seems like a regular Friday night at the bar to me. I don't know what you're going about. On the labor movement and its leaders. The labor movement is growing strong. Its impact can be seen not just in large cities. We could now argue that workers across cities, towns and villages all unite in the common struggle for a better future. And it's no surprise the movement is growing if it is has such charismatic leaders. Let us just mention the irreplaceable Rosa Luxemburg or Marcin Kasprzak. These people possess a magical kind of magnetism. Just listen to them, and you will be raring to go. What is their secret? I will not hesitate to answer. The purity of their ideals. They are people who serve their country earnestly, and we should all follow their example. Signed, Kimicic. Rosa Luxemburg or Marcin Kasprzak. Those two are actually historical figures, and they are associated with the Polish socialist movement from around this era. After the war, they were crucial figures in helping establish the post-war communist system in the country, newly formed. Here we finally look like ourselves, laughing school kids, constantly in search of a new brawl. Nice of Alberta to keep it. A sturdy hunting knife engraved with initials AN carries the memory of poetry being recited in different situations, whether while picking dirt from under one's nails or mutilating someone's face. The bloodstained blade must be a good source of inspiration. From the wooden inlaid handle protrudes a long, sharp pommel that has tasted blood and stripped people of a small body parts more than once. The knife is a bloodthirsty beast that demands to be fed. To the Eyes poem. Your eyes are filled with shades of my memories. Close them and look there, far ahead. Do you see? Sunrise, the day's herald. No? For you, night is eternal, yes. I see you, lipless, with hair as long as the past. You are a body, warming my memory. You rot. It violets spring from you. I pluck them and give myself to your embrace. I feel nothing. Nothing I affirm and I wait. I wait. No epiphany comes. The spearheads of your eyes are hollow. I search for a gaze, but only an iron hand, definite stare.
Witaj, słodka tajemnico.
A broken window with planks where the glass used to be. Fragments of human tissue can be still found nearby. Some man flew through this window, leaving behind the memory of this bleeding body. Someone grabbed by the tails and pushed him without much force or precision, rather spurred by adrenaline. The London bar couldn't belong to anyone else, as it perfectly represents Aberystwyth's nature. The parties here often get out of control and end badly or even tragically for those involved. Display smells of blood, stupidity, and foolhardiness, all soaked in alcohol. As expected of someone of a dubious past.
Wódeczka, beztroska, skrajności, przemoc. Ptaszysko musi to lubić. Jeszcze pewnie samo podsyca ten chaos.
Wiktorze, bo tu karniaki idą.
Pióra? Dziób? Te ślepia? Kim jesteś? Nie mogę się skupić.
Bo się tam przejdę zaraz!
Czy znam kogoś, kto ma wahania nastrojów, skłonność do brawury i lubi się
Oh, I don't know.
Rozejrzałeś się po moim przybytku? I co powiesz?
That most likely your nature is a rowdy, good for nothing bandit has drawn the attention of a saluter.
Powiedz coś więcej o tych kozakach.
Łażą po barach, burdy wszczynają, jak tylko dostaną wychodne z cytadeli. Czasem po mordach sobie damy i jakoś się życie toczy.
Rozejrzałem się i niektóre rzeczy zwróciły moją uwagę. Myślę, że mogą mieć związek z salutorem.
No, to wal!
What if the flow I gain from all this is alcoholism? Because that's exactly what draws the bird creature around.
Wiadro z brudną wodą i zakrwawiona szmata. Czyja to krew?
A bo ja ci pamiętam każdego, kto tu podłogę zakrwawił. Codziennie się tu po kimś sprząta. To wszystko, czy znalazłeś coś jeszcze?
Speaking of bloodstains, someone's got a couple of marks. His shirt.
Od tej kuli, co w słupie utkwiła, zginął ktoś?
Latają tu kule na prawo i lewo. Taki tu mamy klimat. Czy ktoś zginął? No pewnie tak, ale to nic nadzwyczajnego. Ale jestem ci pomocny, co? Dawaj dalej.
Life goes on in the London bar.
Kto ci wybił szybę?
Ile to... 2 dni temu chyba... Jakoś tak. Wkurwił mnie jeden ruski oficjel. To go grzecznie wyprosiłem. W czym jeszcze mogę ci pomóc? Mów. Jestem do usług.
Lubicie tutaj poszaleć, co? Często bywasz prowodyrem tych dzikich akcji?
Ty wiesz, że szczeniaczka miałem? Taka kulka puchata pod barem się kręciła. Te serce mam, Wiktorze. Wielkie mam serce. Nie to, co tamci debile. Dla kozaków zabawa bez trupa to żadna zabawa. Ja to... Zęby wybić, ręce połamać, to chętnie. Z umrzykiem nastrój troszkę siada. Taka moja opinia.
Oh, he's one of those noble troublemakers who's like, yeah, I would punch all the teeth out of a guy who crossed me, but to hurt a puppy, why, I would never.
Co się z tym szczeniaczkiem stało?
Bodlerek się bawił. Zakochał się. Któregoś dnia spakował manatki i uciekł z tą suką. Pewnie rodzinę założył. Szczeniaki wychowuje i wspomina.
Well, good on Romeo then.
Mój dzielny chłopak. Ale o czym to my?
Dużo tych umrzyków tu miewacie.
Gdy tu mój trup zasiada, coś zagląda. Co znaczy dużo? Średnio 3 miesiąców, tak bym rachował. Danis, ten kozak, co się z chujem na łby pozamieniał, wyciąga kiedyś rewolwer i on ci będzie w rosyjską ruletkę grał. Tylko jego rewolwerem. A chuja tam. Głowy takiemu rzeźnikowi łatwo nie oddam. No i ja się ciebie pytam.
Głupi on, czy co?
Muszę zebrać myśli.
Zbieraj, zbieraj, ja się też w sobie nieco zbiorę.
Lelek!
Co ty pierdolisz, Wiktorze? Najebałeś się!
True.
Salutor nazywa się Lelek. No tak, dziób,
But,
pióra,
you know,
trel. Śmierć
nothing quite works on those gears in our head.
Głupotę
Like a shot of booze.
To idziemy na Lelka.
Tak, chodźmy. Tam, gdzie Abaurycy, tam może i Lelek. Może to skaza za niego przemawia.
Kto z nami, ten z nami. Kto przeciwko nam, ten chuj z nim. Chodź, ja ci pokażę takie miejsca, o których się filozofom nie śniło. Może i twój diabeł gdzieś tam będzie wódkę pił.
First off, let's start about the cylinder we just learned of. Lelek, in Kashubian, Kashuba being a region in Poland which has one of the three more distinct subsets of cultural differences in the country nowadays. So you have the region of Kashuba, you have Śląsk, Silesia, and the mountainous area where the mountain folk Gurala live. And those three regions in particular have like the most distinct differences across all of modern day Poland. With Kashub going as far as having probably the most distinct language out of the three. Because, in Silesia and the mountains, so Tatra, the mountain folk also have like their dialects, but they're more or less still Polish. The Kashubian language, that's a little more out there. In Kashubian, his name means fool. Legs are small and unruly cylinders, drawn wherever there is music and various acts of recklessness, especially if someone dies in the process. Their thrill is often a harbinger of imminent death. Flaws that legs are interested in are those related to excessive bravado, gullibility, and looking for conflict, which our friend Aborisa here is in no shortage of.
Weź głęboki wdech. Właśnie tak pachnie nocne życie Warszawy. Poczuj je, Wiktorze. Zachłyśnij się nim.
Bukiet potu, gówna i żygowin. I szczyn. Podziękuję.
Ale to warszawskie szczyny i żygowiny, przeplatane wonią niezłomności i bohaterstwa.
Where even are you, dude? Like, you just went off so far across already.
Oblicze Abaurycego Niedzica. A może i znajdziesz tu to, czego szukasz.
A broken bottle with blood splatter nearby. The hand that used the bottle as a weapon was driven by deliberate malice and a desire to have fun. There is no aggression here or desire to cause harm, just undoubted stupidity. One hair, another, fresh blood covers them. This bottle hit someone's head. First it was emptied in a blink of an eye, and as soon as the opportunity arose, it was smashed on someone as an exquisite joke. Elysium. A fancier club. Deadness poem. Deadness. Blood. Blood. The heart calls. The blade heeds and feeds. I choke in the blood. I search for love in blood. I search still. Notebook. Inside it states that it's the property of Aborycy Konstacjusz Niedzic. This notebook is a vessel into which inspiration is poured, kept close to the heart, serving as its expression. The nib has pierced the paper in some places. So much excitation was in the poet's hand. The record of pure passion that fills the owner. The pages of the notebook are inscribed from top to bottom. Some have been torn out. while others bear mark of many erasures. Words, 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 including extremely flowery metaphors, revealing the poet's sensitive soul. Huh. So the fella does have a hobby, which is partaking in poetry. After downing the last glass, I saw a thick fog enter my table, and from it emerged a beautiful woman clothed only in chains made of pearls and precious stones. I woke up almost instantly, I think, carrying a beautiful, almost naked broom in my arms. That's a nice visual. Yeah. Don't look down on the absinthe, otherwise you'll be looking down the floor from where you're laying. Bloodstains on the table. A dried bloodstain in the wood that forms a pattern. What initially appears to be just a bloodstain is, in fact, a poem. Only one has to peer deeper into what remains of it for one's attention to be drawn to the individual. So much worse from which it is no longer possible to extract any meaning. Behind the mask of barbarism. The mask of a ruthless gangster conceals a truly sensitive soul, torn between conflicting feelings. He balances on a thin line between beauty and ugliness, tenderness and violence. Confronting him with his inner chaos might reveal his flaw. Yet another poor soul I have to mind break in order to acquire a sleuter.
Witaj w moim świecie.
Well, that depends
To
on
znaczy?
how
Tutaj też trzymają kogoś na
tough his
zapleczu i będziemy go zaraz straszyć utopieniem w
personality
Wiśle?
is.
O, widzę, że udzielił ci się pozytywny nastrój dzielnicy. To dobrze, ale nie zgadłeś, przyjacielu. Tutaj dzieje się magia. Tu myśl przeobrażona w słowo zostaje, by w materię wniknąć i wszechświat czułością nasycać.
Oh, is this where you go for inspiration?
To co? Napijemy się?
No to dawaj po lornecie.
Tutaj się przychodzi, żeby ucieszyć podniebienie jakimś wykwintnym trunkiem. Niech będzie Mełkow z 83.
Nie próżnujesz.
Po latach żebrania i jedzenia resztek z wielkopańskich stołów nie próżnuję.
Przychodzisz tu, żeby od półświadka oddech wziąć?
Przychodzę tu, żeby nie zapomnieć, kim jestem.
I go from one bar to another. Well, I mean, so it looks like a calmer, more sophisticated place. Probably helps soothe the mind and get his creative side going.
To co się właściwie z tobą działo przez te 15 lat?
Ojciec trafił za kratki, a mnie ulica przygarnęła. Nauczyła życia. To się błąkałem, to łapałem różne dorywcze roboty. A gdy i z tym bywało krucho, to i po prośbie chodziłem. Skóra mi stwardziała, Wiktorze, ale w sercu wciąż się tli poezji żar. No i z czasem nową rodzinę zyskałem. Mojki moje.
How interesting would it be if he actually managed to rise past his troubled background and become an acclaimed poet?
Mieliśmy iść razem do gimnazjum, może potem na uniwersytet. Wszystko wyglądałoby inaczej, gdybym tylko...
Wyświadczyliśmy światu przysługę, odjebując tego lichwiarza. Tak czy siak bym na ulicę trafił przez tatka długi. Gdybym ci o tym nie powiedział, to nie wpadłbyś na swój genialny pomysł. Salutorem go załatwię, mówiłeś. Za cienki byłeś w te wasze magiczne sprawy, co?
Satyr was a more reliable option. I mean, I may be out of thaumaturgical power, but I'm not out of options.
Broń jest pewna i sugestywna. Pomyślałem, że dzieciak Thaumaturg nie zrobi na nim takiego wrażenia, jak dzieciak z pistoletem.
I w sumie miałeś rację. Szkoda tylko, żeśmy tej broni użyli.
Ufałem, że ojciec nam pomoże, ale on tylko kazał mi się w nic nie wtrącać. Zapewnił mnie, że to załatwi.
Dobra, nie ma co na chuja języka strzępić. Jego nie ma, a my jesteśmy.
Gadane zawsze miałeś.
Że wie. Dodaj do tego godną pożałowania przeszłość i materiał na poetę gotowy.
A czemu tu siedzimy, a nie w twoim barze?
Moje poczciwe chłopaki zorganizowały mi raz wieczorek poetycki.
That lady in the background
Ale
looks
to
tired of life. She's like,
Poezji nie rozumiem.
what are these two
Śmiali
pricks
się,
even
gdy
talking
płakać
about?
powinni. Płakali, gdy złość
Not paid
w
enough to
sercach
give a
miała
shit.
się przelewać. Nie mam im za złe. Mój bar pracuje na reputację mordowni. Na tym się zarabia najlepiej.
To jaki jest plan? Chcesz, by ludzie zasłyszawszy nazwisko Niedzica mówili o królu podziemia, czy o wielkim poecie?
O poetyckim królu podziemia. Zresztą już tak mówią. Mojki to mnie zawieszcza mają i tak też konkurencja o mnie mówi. A że za mordę wszystkich twardo trzymam, to mnie szanują. Mimo że sami dwóch zdań poprawnie nie potrafią sklecić. Masz się dar, Wiktorze. Na brak talentów nie narzekam.
Yeah, funny how in the criminal underworld, all it takes, a lot of times it has just a little more eloquence than others. That will help you significantly rise above the competition.
Słuchaj, będę z tobą szczery. Wydaje mi się, że to do ciebie przywiązany jest Lelek.
Że za mną demon chodzi? Pierdolisz.
Wiele na to wskazuje. Twój charakter, rzeczy, które robisz i takie tam.
Wolałbym się swoją głową z nikim nie dzielić. Da się coś z tym zrobić?
That's a peculiar choice. Because, like, one is I'm trying to do guesswork, but the second option implies that I already know what it is. There's no use beating around the bush, so let's just be honest with him.
Jest tylko jeden sposób. Muszę dojrzeć ci skazę. To znaczy doprowadzić cię na skraj, ale to nie będzie miłe.
Codziennie na skraju balansuję. To mi nie straszne. Dajesz.
Don't say I didn't warn you.
Znalazłem twój wiersz. Napisałeś go własną krwią, czy krwią którejś ze swoich ofiar?
Ofiar? Co ty kurwa bredzisz? No pewnie, że własną. Żyły sobie wypruwam dla sztuki, taki jestem zaangażowany.
Desperat. Prawdziwy poeta nie musi się uciekać do takich rzeczy. Wystarczy, że użyje atramentu, a świat go usłyszy.
Kurwa! Jeszcze jedno słowo i zapomnę o naszej przyjaźni.
Nie ma czego zapominać. Nasza przyjaźń to tylko urojenie twojej chorej wyobraźni.
I see that the gloves are off.
Wpij mi nóż w serce. Mniej zaboli.
Uprzedzałem, że nie będzie miło.
No niby tak, ale słowa i tak bolą. Ale czekaj. To już wszystko? Co z tym demonem?
Nic. Wygląda na to, że jednak uczepił się kogo innego. Ty po prostu jesteś niespełna rozumu.
A, no pewnie, że tak. Nie, żebym się bał. Nic mi nie straszne. Ale jakiś kamień z serca jednak spadł.
To co? Kontynuujemy nasze poszukiwania?
O, Wiktorku, jak mnie łechce, to my. No pewnie, że kontynuujemy. Ruszajmy. Trzeba znaleźć tego twojego gnojka.
I'm starting to like this guy. I was expecting him to be shattered by us just taking a pretty brutal approach with him, but no. Shrugged it off like it was nothing. Took it like a man. Even get some weight off his chest. Well, maybe Aboris is a swell guy, despite his shortcomings and the fact that he may have killed plenty of people. But, oh, you know. As I've said earlier in the stream, we all have our vices. Can't the man just have hobbies? He may be older, but he's certainly not more mature. The Chamberlain of Chaos, the Minister of Warsaw's Vagary, and the Messenger of Cirrhosis of the Liver. With every sip of vodka, our passion grows, and the sea becomes much more colorful, and it belongs to us. Look at that artwork. Makes him look like he's Geese Howard from Fatal Fury. Anyhow. Damaged street lamp. The street by traces of muddied souls on it. It seems the someone attempted to climb it. Hey, no further. Good to see you, bud. Made some progress. We have a new saluter with us, Velas. He's a tall, menacing snake man, and we're currently on the hunt for Cookie Birdman saluter. Kazakh's hat, a body hat. Inside is a label with the name Pasha sewn on it. This is an unworthy hat. It's a vessel for memories of true friendship in the comfort zone in which you can be yourself. Now sold used to frantically staunch blood that gushed from a wound born from thoughtlessness. Oh yeah, they did reveal some Kingdom Hearts 4 stuff. I think the funniest comment I've seen on the matter was someone pointing out, well, why does Sora look so much like a Final Fantasy character? And that's how you know that the person has never played Kingdom Hearts before. Because if they did, they would not be asking this kind of question in the first place. Invitation. Ante Leszniewski is pleased to invite admirers of the art of painting to an exhibition during which he will be present. During which he will present a new series of paintings entitled Rebirth. It will be a creative reference to the Greek myth of Prometheus. The exhibition will take place on September 6th at 5 p.m. at 94 Marszałkowska Street, apartment 8. The paintings will be available to the public in the evenings of the next 2 weeks. A small printout decorated with floral motifs. It's an invitation to attend exhibition of the works by the artist Anton Leszniewski. Perhaps we shall go there at one point. Also forgetting that Kingdom Hearts just outright had Final Fantasy content in it before Disney decided, oh, we want this to be focused on our properties. Which I still think it's a great loss because at one point we could have had Noctis and the 15 gang with Sora.
Co, poddajesz się, śmieciu?
Ty widzisz to, co ja?
Widzę dwóch debili siłujących się z latarnią. Jak wam idzie? kto wygrywa?
The lantern, clearly.
Patrzy z góry, ma się za lepszego. Przysięgam, że od psich synów nas nawyzywa.
No, i jak tu się nie wkurwić?
Soldiers' presence. The soldier's presence is so strong here it wouldn't take much to lose one's head. Some people stop distinguishing reality from imagination and see danger even in inanimate objects. Lanterns seem to be extremely dangerous enemies. I mean, true. You can smash your hand against one. Bar District. Lelek's influence seems to be spreading across the district, pushing people to engage in stupidity and recklessness. This, coupled with alcohol, causes them to do even more stupid, dangerous things, leaving plenty of blood in their wake. In order to find the person with the flaw, I must visit other establishments in the area. Take the lamppost side.
Jak tak patrzę na nią i na was, to muszę przyznać latarni rację.
Że co?
Że para z was psich synów od co?
Stajecie po stronie wroga? Niech będzie. My się nie poddamy.
I just wanted to be a dick and kick off another fight unprompted. Because, you know, can't have too much combat to spicing up all that banter we go through. Nice one, Aburitsu. Oh, we got this in the bag. All I have to do is just fold this up. There we go. Completely devastated. Let us finish him off.
No, i to jest owocna noc. Im więcej mordobicia, tym lepiej.
Polecamy się na przyszłość.
Pora poszukać Danisa. Został ranny w boju z kolosem i się zgubił. Chyba.
Może się ataman w mecie secie znajdzie.
Gdzie?
Meta, seta i lorneta. Taki ruski bar. Tu po schodach. Konkurencja. Tfu!
Noc jeszcze młoda, to i będzie się działo.
Idziemy za nimi. Skoro do tej pory nie znalazłem Lelka, to może jest właśnie tam.
Don't you just like that, despite all this visceral feedback during combat encounters, most enemies just stand up brushing it off like it's nothing because it's implied to be psychological damage, part of the saluters.
Dziś impreza zamknięta tylko dla swoich.
Siemasz, Iwanek, przyjacielu.
Panie Niedzic, no, wytyczne mam jasne.
Ale nie żartuj. Ładna dziś noc. Rzadko kiedy nad
A
Warszawą
smile with
gwiazdy
1,000
widać.
pictures.
A tu... O proszę.
Not uncanny at all.
Dwie. Tam jeszcze jedna. Tu kolejna. Jak je wszystkie zliczysz, to będziesz wiedział, ile moja wdzięczność wynosi.
No dobra, wchodźcie. Ja jestem panu serdeczny, tylko praca taka.
Widzisz? To jest uważanie.
I appreciate that bouncer not being a complete penis.
też mi tam zamknięta impreza.
There he is.
Co to ma być? Stypa? Dobrze, że przyszliśmy. Dla mnie lorneta. Albo dwie od razu, co się będę.
Yeah, you go soak up the dry throat. In the meantime, I shall do what I do best, and that is, you guessed it, Thaumaturge things. Shushka, honored Cossack saber that belonged to Pasha. The seal shines, and the handle is polished to a mirror sheen. People are not afforded as much love and care as this Shushka, which is cared for so painstakingly. There is something else here, a ritual in honor of the deceased, repeated reverently. It's a kiss laid just above the former owner's engraving after each polishing. Letter to Dennis. Dear Dennis, I hope you're well. It is difficult for me to write this letter, but I want to open my heart to you and not hide the truth. I have long sensed that your affection for me has faded. You no longer write as often as you used to, and I haven't seen you for almost a year. I don't want to remain uncertain any longer, so I'm forced to break off our engagement. Be well and think about me from time to time, but don't write to me anymore. Olga. I am dictating these words to Father Olkin. He wishes to convey that you are no longer welcome in the village, but you could at least visit your mother. Oof. A crumpled letter addressed to Dennis. The sender has informed that she's through with him. The page knows the kaleidoscope of emotions dwelling in Dennis' heart. When he first read the words written there, unbridled anger came first, eventually giving way to bitterness. Finally, suffering took hold, crowning the process of heartbreak. Balalaika, a worn-out instrument the Cossacks take on their travels. The strings have absorbed the memory of the melodies played in the balalaika, and the one, too, the heaviness of the string-plucking fingers respects the melody's wistfulness, and the two, the impish lightness expresses raunchy humor, and so it goes. The instrument is full of sad and forlorn thoughts. They wander across the strings regardless of the melodies they play. Whether the song is cheerful or sorrowful, the instrument's memory doesn't lie. The musician sees the world in shades of black.
Patrz, jak się tam tałasi. Ja to bym potrafił wykorzystać takie wzięcie.
A ty czego?
Dobrze słyszałem, że rozmawiacie o Danisie?
O Danisie i babach.
On dużo gada, szumu wokół siebie robi, ale jak co do czego, to jest pławy.
To się tym babom musi podobać.
Tia, nam zostało pić i swoją kompanią się cieszyć.
Which is ironic given what we just learned about his heartbreak.
Wyglądacie na zżytych. Długo się znacie?
Od dzieciaka. Wszyscyśmy z kraju wojska duńskiego. Pod Danisem kawał świata żeśmy z Rosjanami przeszli.
Danis to wasz dowódca?
Da, Adama.
Znacie dobrze Danisa, prawda?
No, a co?
Interesują mnie tacy skrzywienie zawodowe. Mogę zadać wam kilka pytań?
Zobaczmy, o co ci chodzi, czarowniku.
One more talking point we cannot bring up. So let's start off with what we know.
Danis miał narzeczoną, ale go rzuciła. O co poszło?
Wiesz, on nie jest zbyt wylewny, ale zabolało go to, tak myślę.
Może sprzykrzyło się jej czekanie. Miała tam we wsi z kogo wybierać.
I przez to Danis taki
Broken
buńczuczny
heart.
się zrobił? Ze złamanego
Let's
serca.
write the letter and mark the end of his engagement many times. With each successive reading, his heart crumbled to more pieces.
Kim jest Pasza?
Kompan nasz. Z tej samej wsi za Donem, co i my. Niejedno wspólnie przeszliśmy.
Pasza nie żyje. I na tym skończmy.
Co się właściwie z nim stało?
Wszyscy się blisko trzymamy. Po pijaku różne pomysły przychodzą. Ta przeklęta szaszka Paszy to zdobyczna była. Raz Danis z Paszą popili i zaczęli o nią w rosyjską ruletę.
Oh, I see where this is going.
A więc Danis wygrał. Ale na szabelce Paszy, zamiast jego triumfu, jest troska i miłość. Bardzo o nią dba.
Attachment. Dennis cherishes the memory of Pasha, surrounding himself with objects that belong to him. Dennis obviously cared for Pasha. He also must have considered him more than just a friend. Different faces of love. Pasha was close to Dennis's heart. All that's left to him now are the memories enchanted with the objects that Dennis carefully preserves. The cousin is tormented over the death of the one who was more than a friend to him. Was it Pasha's death that spawned the flaw in him, or did it only expose it? That's an interesting turn I didn't quite anticipate. Pasha died a foolish death while playing Russian roulette with Dennis. Both of them carelessly disregarded the consequences. They did not realize the veracity of the bullet. Reality claimed its dues and took Pasha, thus breaking Dennis's heart, who lost a part of himself.
Wrażliwa dusza z tego Danisa, kto by pomyślał? Często na bałałajce pogrywa?
Ostatnio to śpiewa raz o kostusze i ogniach piekielnych, raz o igraszkach na sianie. Zanim to nie nadążysz.
Jak na mój gust, to trochę za dużo tych smętnych melodii gra. Jeszcze jakieś pytania?
Wiecie co? Myślę, że kłamczuszki z was.
Co?
Myślę, że Pasza i Danis byli więcej niż towarzyszami broni i braćmi krwi. Co więcej, sądzę, że to dlatego narzeczona Danisa go rzuciła. Ludzie z waszej wsi nie dawali jej żyć.
Co ty pieprzysz? Braćmi krwi byli, od co? Sam byś chciał takiego drucha na dobre i na złe znaleźć.
Spokojnie, widzę, że wierni z was przyjaciele. Pójdę sztachnąć się warszawskim powietrzem.
Jak lubisz się prostym nosem sztachać, to przestań się wygłupiać.
Guilt. Pasha died a foolish death while playing Russian roulette with Dennis. Both of them carelessly disregarded the consequences and not realize the veracity of the bullet. Reality claimed its dues took Pasha, thus depriving Dennis of his one true friend. More than a friend, from what we're learning. Heart has been broken, it won't be easy for him to piece it back together. His fiancée broke up with him through a few words scribbled on paper, and a close friend died during a silly game which Dennis also participated. Such a life is not a life at all. Dennis sees no sense in it. A well-cared-for pistol with an ornate grip. Steel that's cold to the touch burns on the inside with a mixture of hope and fear. Hope that the cold of metal pressed against one's temple will bring solace. Fear that through the heart will stop breathing. The soul will continue to suffer. The barrel pressed against his temple, his finger on the trigger, and chaos in his heart. To shoot or not to shoot? So little is needed for the bullet to pierce the skull. But his time hasn't come yet. Sower of chaos, unpredictable, reckless Dennis, whose heart is filled with incomprehensible anger, hides his suffering, grief, and longing. Torn by conflicting emotions, he sows chaos and falls into extremes. His behavior stems from his broken heart, which has become his curse. It is he that Lilac has taken a fancy to. It is this flaw that I need to identify. Now, what I'm not quite sure of is, we're kind of skirting the line here between best friends for life and lovers. I'm not quite sure what the game is alluding to here with the dynamic he had with Pasha. But if it is man-to-man kind of, intimate relationship, that's not something that would flow in that day and age, for sure. If people actually found out about this, I'm a little more surprised that he's just not been outcast at all, and it just ended with his village condemning him, which, is pretty harsh on its own, but still, you would have expected more repercussions. Unless people are just not, not believing the rumors.
Danis działa bez rozmysłu, nie oglądając się na konsekwencje. Wszystko to niby
Friends with particular benefits.
Nie potrafił poradzić sobie ze złamanym sercem. Zaczął więc staczać się coraz bardziej w czeluści chaosu. Wygląda na to, że Pasza był mu kimś więcej niż tylko kompanem i przyjacielem. Jego śmierć wstrząsnęła Danisem. Od tamtej chwili nierozsądne zachowania i ryzyko rządzą jego życiem. Rzuca wyzwanie śmierci. Chyba podejmę te rękawice.
We brought Abe Lincoln from the dead and cast him as a Thaumaturge in pre-war Poland. Aboritsi used to be our third twin. We were inseparable until something happened. Aboritsi's father owed money to some nasty people, and we both decided to help him. It all went wrong. The loan shark was killed, and my father resolved it in the worst possible way, by sending me away from home. I lost touch with Aboritsi. He's gone through a lot since then. Aboritsi is a man full of passion, torn by conflicting emotions. He teeters on the brink of some kind of madness. He is both sarcastic and solemn, gentle and violent. A sensitive soul, albeit hidden under the guise of ruthlessness. I thought that Slaughter was to blame, but no, there had always been something wrong with his head. No shit. The intrigue goes deep in that case. Huh. That's a historical fact I was unaware of. Back in 1864, huh? My. How the time flows. Dennis is popular in the bar district as a good companion when it comes to drinking, brawling, and all kinds of risky ventures. No wonder. The flow of recklessness pushes him to cross all boundaries and lures him with a lack of consequences. But there are consequences. They will make themselves conspicuous when they are least expected. The London Bar. Here, vodka is down like tea, and blows are exchanged in greeting. London Bar does look like a taproom, and London Soho open all night, sticking of a constant hangover, attracting all sorts of lowlifes like a magnet. It's a place to forget yourself, a place that urges forgetting by plying its customers with hectoliters of liquors of all stripes. Not so much different from the actual Soho, except nowadays more flowery with the variety of subcultures domesticated there. At night it's a haven for winos and ruffians, but by day it becomes their curse. More than one has lost a finger or more in the back. It is, after all, the territory of the Shifts, a ruthless gang who consider themselves the masters of the underworld. Led by the one and only Aborigines, they spread terror by day, and by night they raise their glasses to drink to a brighter future. Lock, Stock and Barrel. No wonder Lock, Stock and Barrel is losing the popularity contest. It's a place hospitable only to some, their own. Those who serve the Empire, who have Russian blood in their veins, who, like chameleons, blend into every environment they can benefit from it. Downstairs is booze. Upstairs are girls, both theirs and only of their own. I can remember that even in my youth, Poles would steer clear of this place and choose its competitors.
No chodź, już nie daj się prosić.
No double that speed.
Głowę ci opatrzę. Bez dodatkowych opłat.
Na górę mi nie śpieszno. Z kimś bym pograł. Chcesz?
Ja? W życiu. Ładne mam dłonie, wszyscy mi mówią. Nie pokiereszuję ich sobie tym żelastwem.
Me, on the other hand, I'm game.
A magik? Co się tu przysłuchuje?
Znalazłem coś, co do ciebie należy. List. Czy...
Oddawaj! Jeśliś go czytał, to pożałujesz. To prywatne sprawy.
Spokojnie, chciałem tylko porozmawiać.
Nie mamy o czym gadać. Zostaw mnie.
Metaseta i lorneta czy bar londyński?
Nora demona. A co kurwa, plebiscyt robisz? Czy dla niedzica szpiegujesz?
Z czystej ciekawości pytam. Dla nikogo nie pracuję. To ja mam na usługach.
Diaboły, wiem. Idźże stąd, już mi się sprzykrzyłeś.
Aye. Quite a different attitude from where we initially met up in Alberta's bar.
Tak cicho sobie tu siedzisz. Może w coś zagramy? Grywacie tu w rosyjską ruletkę, czy jesteście za miękcy?
Taki chojrak. Dla mnie rosyjska ruletka to chleb powszedni. Gramy.
Ktoś mówił o rosyjskiej ruletce?
The more the merrier.
Pokaż, jaki jesteś twardy, paniczyku.
6 komór, 1 nabój. Zaczynamy?
Poczekaj, Wiktorze. Zagrajmy moim.
I do wonder that too. I'm also curious what's the difference in choosing. But you know what? I'm gonna pick his firearm.
Może być i twój.
Będzie tym ciekawiej.
I'm curious of the implications of picking his
Przypomina ci to coś?
firearm. What if it turns out there were no bullets in the chamber to begin
Moja
with?
kolej. Miło było was poznać. A z tobą, Wiktorze, jeśli tak zadecyduje los, rozmówimy się w piekle. No, jeszcze 4.
Halfway there.
Zaczynamy drugą rundę.
Tak to wyglądało z paszą? Zastanawiasz się, czy będziesz ścierał resztki mojego mózgu z twarzy?
Stul pysk.
Ooh.
Co? Ciężko w portkach? Bierzcie mnie w opiekę, bogowie chaosu. Dobra, to koniec. Wiemy, chłopaki, co czeka w bębnie.
Starczy ci odwagi, by przekroczyć jeszcze tę jedną granicę?
Panowie, dość. Pożartowaliśmy. Danis, tam nic nie ma. Nie nabiłem go.
Pasza
I knew it.
miał i przegrał szaszkę, co?
Łżesz, niedzic.
I'm gonna say it didn't matter, and
Myślisz, że śmierci się boję? To na mój
our
widok
revolver wasn't
posługa
loaded
ze
either.
strachu drży.
No to wal.
It was just a matter of whether we were going to show Aberystwy trust or not. La creatura.
Dla mnie tak ładnie śpiewasz. Nie przerywaj. Chętnie posłucham.
Come here, cryptid. I came to catch you. Well, time to beat up more apparitions. Easy enough. Right, on the good side, he's not really buffing enemies, just focusing on breaking my shield. However, that's not gonna stop me from recovering my own health, just to make sure nothing unexpected happens. Alrighty, run 2. Olga we can dispatch pretty quickly. So I say we start off with her. Double whammy. Right, now these two. Oh, sweet. Are you playing the remastered version of Quake 1? Because if you are, you'll get to experience that new episode that got released for the game's 30th anniversary. Still need to get around to that myself at some point. That backlog of extra contents building between Emmett Evil's Black Labyrinth expansion, Legacy of Rust for Doom, and now the Quake episode. I'm just really bad at following up on continuations that are not part of like one release package. Ah, you're going with the original. Hope you enjoy it. Maybe a little rough around the edges, given that the new port does come with quality of life improvements. There we go. Much easier than the fight with Velas.
Dość przegrywania. Rasputin cię ujarzmi.
Birdman acquired.
Kule się mnie nie imają. Kres nigdy nie nadejdzie.
What are your resolution options on newer systems with the OG? Because it seems like you would have to make some concessions as far as the screen size goes.
Ani słowa więcej nie szczekniesz. Wynoś się!
Morda w kubeł, Selim, bo znajdę zaraz nabitego gnata i ciebie odstrzelę. Dajcie mi chwilę. Jakoś poskładać myśli. Muszę.
Oh, okay. Now we can actually get to choose which of the 4 we partake in. So we can have him mourn in peace, we can have him leave, or an honest confession. I'm gonna go with this one. Seems to me like the most sensible thing.
Powiedz prawdę. Tylko prawda cię wyzwoli. Ty i Pasza.
Miałeś nie drążyć! Danis, a ty zawrzyj pysk, ataman!
Kochałem go. Paszę. Wciąż kocham. Przez własną głupotę straciłem miłość mojego życia.
To czarownika wina! Jesteś trupem, psie!
Rączki przy sobie, Selim. Wystarczy awantur.
Honoru mojego brata do śmierci będę bronił.
Selim.
Jedi mind tricks.
Bracia. Honoru jeszcze nie straciłem. Za to znalazłem spokój. Ataman.
Wszyscy słyszeli? Jak się komu nie podoba, co tu gadano, to się nim zaraz zająć mogę.
Chodź, zostawmy tych urwisów samych. Mamy do pogadania.
Cóż za poetyckie doświadczenie. Czuję w samiusieńkich kościach, jakbym uczestniczył w czymś wielkim.
Nosisz nienabity rewolwer?
Nacisnąć spust to każdy umie. Ja tłukę nim czaszki. I orzechy.
It's a very creative
Ale
use,
powiedz ty mi,
for
tego
sure.
gnoja złapałeś?
Tak, udało się. Ale nie było łatwo. Wciąż nie jest.
You can tell by how profusely Victor is sweating on his forehead. Jeez.
Przynajmniej los Danisa
He
nie
is
zależy już od
soaking.
Belka. A to zawsze coś dobrego.
Cokolwiek pozwoli ci w nocy zasnąć, przyjacielu.
Sen jak sen. Teraz trzeba mi hipnozy. Dzięki za dzisiaj, Bałrycy.
Co to? To nie. Noc się skończy, gdy ja tak powiem. Chodź, chodź.
Ah.
A
Why
co
not?
mi tam? Prowadź.
Nothing quite cures the fatigue
rozumiem.
of acquiring a new
W końcu, co ci
cylinder.
lepiej ciało i duszę
Like
uleczy,
some
jak
alcohol.
nie kielich czystej, nie? Polej!
Surely this won't end with a massive hangover.
Za nas, za was, za wódkę! Pokaż jej swojego demona, Wiktorze. Tylko nie na buty! Wiktor, Wiktorek, może ty wcale nie jesteś takim chujkiem jak Satanisław.
Called him Satan. That was a great pun.
Któremu ślubiła, temu wierną była.
Nothing like a night with the bros. Get you through a rough patch. As far as I'm aware, the hornet nest situation got resolved.
No. Dzień dobry, śpiąca królewno.
You had to do double spraying of the shed to make sure they all got cleared, but yeah, eventually he managed to
Ale Wiktorze,
get rid of the nest.
chuj z tym. Co to była za noc? Przyznaj to. Jak się bawić? To z niedzicem.
Yeah, hopefully getting rid of a nest on your own without the help of a professional can be tricky. Because you gotta make sure you eliminate every single member of the colony, because otherwise they can easily rebuild, start up from scratch, and that's not what you want. Not to mention, if you start fiddling with the nest, you better be prepared for those guys to get antsy, or waspy in this case. I knew of a case where we went to do some electrics outside of London, and at some point, the property in a small village, a colony of bees set up a nest someplace, and that place was just swarming with the buggers. They were flying around everywhere, and you know, with bees, they're not aggressive by nature, so you know, it's not like they were stinging everyone left and right, but still, obviously it wasn't optimal. So they didn't want to call pest control. So what the builders did was basically just cover up the fireplace and make a giant smoke screen to pacify the insects. And eventually they just swept the entire of the colony once they found the queen and chucked it all out. While it did resolve the issue, it was not optimal. Like, normally the way you're supposed to do is try and make sure you move the nest with the queen into a remote place just to not do any harm to the insects, especially with bees, because you know bees are quite beneficial for the cycle of nature.
No, przyznaję, było całkiem.
Całkiem srałkiem. Spektakularnie było i obaj to wiemy.
Lepiej się stąd zbierajmy. Jak Ligia nas tu znajdzie.
Ligio! I cóżeś winna, że twe oczęta palą żywym żarem, że usteczka
What a dingus.
zbyt ufnaś w mą cnotę?
Widzę, że dbasz o nasze dobre imię, bracie.
Blame Borycy.
Wybacz mi. To już się nie powtórzy.
That's what they all say.
Nie powtórzy. Już moja w tym głowa.
Zapewniam cię, kochana siostrzyczko. Następnym razem doczołgam się do drzwi.
Trafisz stąd sam do domu, czy ci pomóc?
Ale te 5 rubelków, pamiętasz?
5? Za jakie cholerstwo jestem ci tyle winien?
No, mój drogi, przy damie nie wypada mówić. Za co?
Warszawskie prostytutki nie są takie drogie. Daliście się zrobić.
Wiktorze, twoja siostra z każdym słowem imponuje mi coraz bardziej. Tak czy siak, nie chciałbym mieć w tobie dłużnika.
Nah, no, we're not gonna ask Ligia to pay off prostitutes. It's just bad vibes altogether.
Skoro pożyczałem, to właśnie dlatego, że nie mam.
To idź się rozglądnij po domu. Jakiś złoty zegarek Satanisława się nada. Jemu tu już wszystko jedno.
Satanisława? Masz. Od teraz będziesz mógł balować za własne. Może i telegramy zaczniesz wysyłać na swój koszt. A teraz wybaczcie, ja mam co robić w życiu. Jak się już doczołgasz do domu, bracie, to chciałabym z tobą pomówić.
Dobra, nie wypisuję tego teraz. Będzie okazja, żeby się spotkać. Następnym razem ty stawiasz.
Następnym?
No, chyba nie myślisz, że już z tobą skończyłem. Jedna taka noc to za mało na sztymunek. Nie wiem, co też ludzie sobie upatrzyli. Wielka im dziwota, żeśmy troszkę się napili.
Muszę zobaczyć się z Rasputinem.
I like that guy. Sure, he's a bit of a prick, but Borysa has attitude, and that's what makes him a likable character. Anywho, we got ourselves a saluter to team. All right. Do we know who the new voice actress for the lead role in Tides? Ever since Jennifer stepped down?
Pan Szujski.
Zastałem Rasputina.
Niestety tak.
You know what time it is.
Dobrze cię widzieć.
Do your magic.
Chociaż chyba już widzę, czego ci potrzeba. Może nie traćmy czasu. Co ty na to?
Wyglądam gorzej niż się czuję.
A zatem, co cię sprowadza?
Chciałem cię prosić o kolejny seans.
Pozwól,
time
że
for
podzielę się
small talk.
opinią co do twojego tempa polowań na salutory. Nie zatracasz się w tym za bardzo? Znowu?
Chcesz mi coś powiedzieć? Nie chcesz mi już pomagać?
Skąd? Zawsze możesz na mnie liczyć. Po prostu się martwię. Zamknij oczy i skup się na tym, co mówię. Wsłuchaj się w mój głos. Odpręż się i wsłuchaj się w siebie. Podążaj za moim głosem do swojego wnętrza. Gdzie on jest?
Nie widzę go, ale czuję, że...
Here he comes.
Tak chcesz się bawić.
Ten jego trel jest nieznośny.
Słyszysz go? Dobrze, to znaczy, że możesz go wskazać. Wskaż mi go. Wsłuchaj się w jego śpiew i pokaż, gdzie się ukrył. Masz go.
What a silly creature. Goofy looking cryptid.
Wyglądasz lepiej. Długo spałeś.
This is becoming a habit of mine.
Tak mi się właśnie wydaje. Który mamy rok?
Wciąż 1905. Czas jednak płynie nieubłaganie.
True, we've been from the same
Nie
song and
będę
dance
już
before.
chyba nadużywał gościnności nadarzyńskich.
Ta strapiona kobieta, o której wspomniałeś, Swietłana. Wiesz, widziałem ją w mojej wizji. Ta opryskliwa służka przyniosła plotki, jakie chodzą o niej po mieście. Owa Swietłana przyciąga do siebie kłopoty.
So I know.
Co to za plotki, jeśli mogę spytać?
Nic, co mogłoby zburzyć jej obraz w twoich oczach. Zaintrygowała mnie. Chciałbym ją poznać. I wiesz, ona chyba potrzebuje pomocy.
Pomocy? Co chcesz, żebym zrobił?
Sprowadź ją do mnie. Nie zatrzymuję cię. Do zobaczenia.
To thus you shall return. I mean, I could do that, or finally focus on the murder case. Try to get final upgrade here. Now we can get thoughtful development. Nice. So with 3 points of mine, I should now be able to go back to Povishla and pick up on that clue I was not able to explore any further. Because we didn't have the proper beast to enhance my attribute. So first things first, I'm gonna head all the way down where I remember we have one object I could look closer on. Wooden seat overlooking the house of the fisherman's last victim. Wood that has split from cold, 1,000 storms, and the scorching sun holds more than just sand in its cracks. There's a hateful thought in the grain. Someone was surprised the house didn't stink with those fucking fish. Police hat, crumpled and tossed in the mud. Maybe it can be washed. Cursing, Youngly sent the symbol of his work where it belonged. Along against everyone. What's the point in trying? Someone without ambition and without conscience would always come along and give a heartless order. To do things faster, to do more, but he never to do them better. Commissioner Pelavin. A floor covered in broken bottles. A throwing competition without a target. In addition to the bottles, he also threw words full of resignation and bitterness. They were joined their flight by a sense of duty, the satisfaction of a job well done, and a last shred of heart he once had for the job. He was one to lose it, but can he manage to hold on to it? Dying flame. It's not too late to convince Pelavin. He doesn't believe Kayetan is guilty, and would like to find the true killer. The will to fight is still smoldering in him. I just need to rekindle the flame. Interestingly, Veles is materialized.
Spośród wszystkich knajp na Powiślu znowu trafiłeś właśnie do tej.
Tak łatwo się nie poddasz. W głębi duszy nie jesteś takim człowiekiem. Walka z wiatrakami przyćmiła twój instynkt śledczego, ale ty nie dasz im tej satysfakcji.
Ja już nie mam do tego siły.
Ja jeszcze mam. Doprowadźmy tę sprawę do końca. Znajdźmy prawdziwego rybaka.
Masz rację. Pacykarz jest niewinny. Nie dam się wtłoczyć w bezduszny system, gdzie liczą się
That's the
tylko
spirit.
wyniki
All it took
kwartalne.
was a bit of manipulation.
Chodź, obejrzysz sobie Denata. Zwłoki wciąż leżą w lodowni, jeśli karawaniarz ich jeszcze nie zabrał. Tam ci opowiem resztę historii.
Wiktor Szulski, Thaumaturg.
Antoni Nigorowicz-Pilewin.
Prowadź.
Obym tego nie żałował. Thaumaturgu.
Considering the time period, when he says ice house, it's literally probably just a room with giant ice blocks stacked. to keep a cooler temperature. Hey, whatever works. Oh yeah, something I didn't really bring up, but just remembered. The Thaumaturge did get an update like a day or two ago, and you want to know what was the most important change listed in the patch notes? Essentially, they added a skip battle option. So you can do a completely pacifist run, focus entirely on the story if you choose to abandon all the fighting, which I don't know. It seems like you're really doing yourself a disservice by letting players skip a interesting handcrafted combat system you specifically built for this game, and then in the name of accessibility you're like, oh, you can totally just avoid half the game if you so much desire. That's just iffy to me and counterproductive.
Oto i on. Tadeusz Pielecha, powiślak, bezdzietny, lat 46. Był poławiaczem. No, Thaumaturge. За дело.
I know enough Russian to know that he said, well, Thaumaturge, onto it. Last victim's body, cold butchered, reeks of blood and fish. His name was Tadeusz Pilecha. There's a hint of living fingers imprinted on the dead skin, frosted by rapid breathing. Someone has dragged the body towards the nightly ripple of the river. The trip was short, the effort passing, the satisfaction wild, the contempt boundless.
Zakładam, że to wizytówka rybaka.
Tak. Zawsze wsadza kamienie w miejsce wydłubanych oczu. Zwykłe otoczaki. Zebrane pewnie na tutejszym nadbrzeżu.
Left by the fisherman in the victim's eye socket, the pebble with dry blood on it surrounded by echoes of obsessive thoughts. Someone has shoved it into the empty eye socket, wondering why they hesitate so long it was so satisfying. Memories filled with pain fluttered in the head like fat moths.
Jakieś przedmioty osobiste? Coś mogło się na nich zapisać. Jego emocje, myśli, cokolwiek.
Miał przy sobie tylko obrączkę ślubną, ale w końcu oddaliśmy ją wdowie, bo ciągle płakała, że chce mieć pamiątkę po mężu.
Warto by ją poprosić o pokazanie tej obrączki. Gdzie znajdę wdowę?
Jej dom stoi na rogu, między targowiskiem a burdelem Jadzi.
Pielecha nie był pierwszą ofiarą rybaka. Co z pozostałymi?
Był jeszcze jeden poławiacz, tragarz, obwoźna sprzedawczyni, ale ten tu to nasz najbardziej solidny trop.
Inne ofiary też były stąd?
Niektórzy całe życie spędzili na Powiślu. Inni byli tu przejazdem i mieli zwyczajnie pecha.
W takim razie rybak jest stąd, to pewne. I dobrze zna okolice. Najpewniej swoje ofiary także przetrzymuje gdzieś blisko.
A potem po prostu wyrzuca je na brzeg?
Hideout. Pelvin confessed the fisherman's victims lived in Powiśle or were passing through, so the fisherman must be local. He knows the area well. His hideout must be close by.
Miał rodzinę?
Wiemy tylko o żonie. Zakładam, że raczej im się nie układało.
Ma liczne rany i siniaki.
Był torturowany przed śmiercią. Ale bezpośrednią jej przyczyną było mocne uderzenie w tył głowy. Ogłuszony niczym rybka. Taki żart.
Dobra, koniec oględzin. Kiedy żona Pielechy zgłosiła jego zaginięcie?
Przyznała, że zmartwiło ją, że mąż nie wraca do domu już trzeci dzień. Nie powiem, nie śpieszyło jej się.
Może to ona go zabiła.
Pomów z nią. Jeśli będziesz mnie szukał, to będę w księżycówce.
At the usual place. Until nightfall to interrogate the prostitutes. Oh, we could go get the wedding ring first. At least attempt to. Have we talked to her before? She looks familiar.
Tak.
Oh yeah, we totally did.
Ma pani na sprzedaż jakieś bardziej wartościowe przedmioty, na przykład biżuterię?
Jaką biżuterię? Pan na mnie popatrzy. Miałam obrączkę pielechy, ale sprzedałam do lombardu. Pieniądz nie śmierdzi. Niczego innego i tak nie chcieli.
A gdzie znajdę ten lombard?
Na Browarnej.
Muszę już iść.
Żegnam.
Which my luck coming to bite me in the back, and it turns out that we already sold off this wedding ring to someone else, so there's just gonna be a grand old wild goose chase.
Czego znowu?
Kojarzy pan Mieszka Secemina? Był tutejszym lichwiarzem.
A pytasz mnie pan po?
Bez powodu.
Secemin nie żyje od dawna. Ponoć ktoś go napadł i zastrzelił. Straszne nieszczęście. Straszne. Samo mówienie o nim może przynieść pecha. I tak, tu się żyje.
And now, in the context of tonight's events, we do know that it was in fact ourselves and Aborcy who did the deed.
Chciałbym zobaczyć biżuterię.
Kamienie, szkiełka, świecidełka?
Obrączki. Złote.
A, winszuję.
Najlepiej z Umrzyka. Wiem, że jest tu jedna taka.
A po co magikowi taka obrączka?
Już to ustaliliśmy. Żenię się.
Mam taką jedną, ale ta nie jest na sprzedaż. Przynosi szczęście.
Damn it. Of course, it's not gonna be that shrimple. The pawnbroker is very happy that the ring previously belonged to a dead man. He believes that such an item will bring him good luck.
A mogę ją tylko zobaczyć?
Oglądania też nie ma.
Wrócę tu.
Nie ma potrzeby.
Czujesz to? Zapach tajemnicy.
Someone has secured against the breaking with an absurd pile of pillows. Pillows secured the decorative frame, but on the pristine surface there's a scratch. An irrational fear of potential ill fortune distorts the poor wretch's reflection, showing face the pride of reason. The stone angel seems to have its eye on the entire room. The lone wing, while small and coarse, seems spread across the shop, enveloping the owner in a sense of security. Anxiety gives way to clear comfort every time he sets his eyes on the talisman that keeps all evil outside.
Czego znowu?
Do widzenia.
I don't have enough context to pursue that final line of inquiry. Maybe I will have enough if I talk with the ladies of the night again.
Ciebie nogi nie bolą? Głupie pytanie.
Well, I could just threaten the guy if I run out of patience. Both
Poczekajmy do...
valid options.
Zabijmy więc nieco czasu.
Kolega Piotrusia, pytaj tylko dyskretnie.
Tadeusz Pielecha. Wiesz coś na jego temat?
Straszny ponurak. Nigdy nie dawał się rozweselić. Jego żonie musi być teraz bardzo ciężko. Znajomy znajomego widywał go w księżycówce, takiej miejscowej pijalni.
Wiem, gdzie to jest.
I jeszcze coś?
Dziękuję, że byłaś skora porozmawiać. Do widzenia.
Pozdrów ode mnie Piotrusia.
Hej, a ty co? Panią nagabujesz? Nie ma nic za darmo.
You tried to make the pimp calm down.
Ja tylko zadałem pani kilka pytań. Już odchodzę.
Po moim trupie.
Weź daj spokój. To naprawdę nic takiego, niewinna rozmowa, to wszystko.
Miałem reagować, jakby cię rybaki czy inny element zaczepiał? To reaguję. Chyba że chcesz tu zostać sama. A ty? Dawaj tu. Stracisz kilka zębów, to będziesz pamiętał, żeby ćmom czasu nie marnować.
Don't say I didn't warn you. Just focus at the end of every round. That was inflicted damage or lowered focus if your focus is less than 6. That's gonna be a super strong attack if it goes through. Oof. Right in the gut. That's completely destroy your will to fight, as well as your corporeal form, while I'm at it. And now for your lackey. That's a very specific number that the achievement asked me to acquire. Whatever works. Not the snakes. Not the snakes. That reminds me of a silly little blue archive meme that I've seen floating around because there is a four-man team called Problem Solver 68 in that universe. And someone did a bit with that crossroad leading to the left-hand side or the right-hand side. In the middle you had the Problem Solver 68 girls. On the left you had 67, and the other row 69. Oh. It's this little shit.
Znowu ty? Jak Boga kocham, oberwiesz.
He's in the bed, but because of the weather.
Czy to ta pogoda tak na was działa?
Jeszcze słowo, a wylecisz stąd na zbity pysk.
Jestem znajomym Piotrka Justy.
Słyszeliście, jakie tu autorytety się wymienia? Poszukaj sobie lepiej znajomych w swoim wieku, z wyrolu. Jazda za gigantem.
Well, it didn't quite work as I hoped it would. Cool, we got some tanky. Let's deal with here. Risk. The first attack on this target casts a hidden negative state on the attacker. I want to start with the weakest on the three then. Oh, but actually, that's not really important ability at all. Speeds up the Q skill by 1 round. The leader is a pretty menacing fella. Fortunately, we're down by 1. Now I'm gonna focus on your friend. Nasty punch. I'm actually more scared of the brawler rather than the gunman, funnily enough. Yeah, because he's not even dealing any guard break damage with those bullets. I got an adrenaline on me, but still. I believe you are what we called cooked. It's gonna get rid of that annoying healing from you. Oh wow, just gone immediately. Anyway. Now I got the
Jeszcze
bounces of my
ktoś ma
case.
ze mną problem? Tak myślałem.
All of these E syllables are trying to pick up a fight with me. It's insane. Okay, my mind isn't strong enough, but maybe if I put a point into it, because now I can focus exclusively on buffing Lelek. Right, after I get one more. Level up. The part of this cloth. A threadbare piece of fabric to wipe glasses. Cloth that's stiff from dirt is marked by beer stains and remnants of conversations. Words of joy, words of pain. Wishes of good fortune. Secrets. Only companions make life in this despicable place at least somewhat bearable. X. Someone has driven it deep into the wooden wall. Though it appeared otherwise, the item still carries a good memory. A simple game of axe throwing made the long evening conversations more pleasant for the companions who known each other ever since childhood. There are also words running down the handle, fresh and sad. Grief for the one who will never again join them for a drink.
Tylko bez awantur, błagam.
Podać coś? Ładnie tu macie. Doceniam wystrój. Dlaczego księżycówka?
Bo najlepiej nam tu schodzi. Akurat wyszła. Chcesz jeszcze coś powiedzieć?
Wiem, że Tadeusz Pielecha lubił tu przychodzić.
Nie wolisz się napić? Jakoś nie mam ochoty na rozmowę o tatku.
But I do. Not a word. The bartender doesn't want to talk about Tadeusz. I get it. I'm not from here, but maybe I can convince him somehow. Every patron here is a regular. No wonder they don't want to talk to me. I can sense the deep sadness in the bartender, caused by the loss of one of his companions. I could take advantage of this and get him to confide in me about the fisherman's last victim. Which I can do by using word.
Brakuje ci go. Innym też. Znaliście się od zawsze, a teraz samo wspomnienie jego imienia wyrywa dziurę w sercu. Pomóż mi, to oddam mu sprawiedliwość.
No, szkoda chłopa. Jakby zamiast do nas poszedł wtedy do żony, to by pewnie żył.
To znaczy, że to tu spędził swój ostatni wieczór?
No, jak stąd wtedy wyszedł, to tyleśmy go widzieli. Wtedy też lało jak z cebra. A kilka dni później leżał już na plaży, śnięty i wypatroszony jak świąteczny karpik.
Rozmawialiście?
Tadek więcej pił niż mówił. Skarżył się tylko, że go Jadzia z Lupanaru kazała usunąć. Bo nie skorzystał, a za nic płacić nie chciał. Ale tak to nie. Małomówny był raczej z natury.
Pewnie w takie deszczowe noce nie masz zbyt wielu klientów. Pamiętasz, kto jeszcze tu był?
Sami stali bywalcy. Ci, co teraz, czasem jakieś ćmy wpadną. Dzisiaj wyjątkowo mamy tu jednego glinę i aligantnego natręta. To o tobie.
Okay. I get the hint. I'm not welcome here.
Pielecha sam wyszedł?
Z nim wyszedł jeszcze Gienek Hutnik, ale zaraz wrócił i sam zaliczył zgon w kącie. Potem wyszła ćma. Do roboty pewnie.
Pamiętasz może która?
Klarcia. Troskliwa taka. Kuma się z tym małym gnojkiem, co tu się kręci. Justą.
Pójdę już.
Krzyż na
Into darkness, Pilecha left the moonshine, vowing not to return to his wife. In the morning, he was already lying on the riverbank, dead. So, the way he responded, in English, I got to say to good riddance, which can carry that kind of message, but literally how we would translate Krzyżek na drogę means a cross on your way, so making the cross sign is like a makeshift blessing. Oh, he's gone. I don't know where he went off to. Still, I got places to be. Prostitutes to talk to. Yes, talk to. Because the oldest profession in the world carries the most valuable source of information. And that's a fact of life. An old, barely working instrument. Thoughts of lost hopes in the mean city of Warsaw. Unstrung like the instrument they settled on. Suddenly, they vanished completely, placed by violent memories as their own, and senses the odious smell of fish in the air.
Rozejrzałeś się? I co, jakieś specjalne życzenia?
I remember a while back I read a funny tweet about soapland worker in Japan. Soaplands being basically their version of brothels, and that girl essentially laid down how a older regular would vent to her about trouble in the company he worked in, and essentially confided to her in just about everything. So she was well known what was going on in that place, and a lot of business-related secrets. So the tropes, they are well grounded in reality.
Kto zazwyczaj grywa tu na pianinie?
A żeby to jeden. Pełno tu różnych artychów przychodzi. Albo z bajerem do dziewczyn podchodzą, żeby choć trochę cenę zbić. Zwłaszcza jak się naprują. Któraś dziewczyna wypatrzyła je w Lombardzie. Tanie nie było.
Twoje pracownice też grają?
Mogę znaleźć taką, która może coś panu pobrzdąkać, ale nie za to im płacę.
But I can.
Dziękuję. Może wrócę później. Kiedyś.
Spąsowiałeś, złoty. No, do widzenia, do widzenia.
Any other clues I can interact with? It seems like I'm missing a talking point with
Rozejrzałeś się?
the lady
I
here.
co, jakieś specjalne życzenia?
Dziękuję. Może wrócę później. Kiedyś.
Right, so what's the catch here? Mentioned the piano, but they didn't really lead to anything. Unless I have to run back to the pawn shop first and take it from there. Oh, just a evening jog in the rain. It's good for your health. No, except business is closed as nighttime. So we gotta hold out in this
Niech nas pocznę.
downpour till morning.
Zabijmy więc nieco czasu.
Czego znowu?
Zależy mi na niej.
Mówiłem, że jej nie sprzedam.
Wrócę tu.
Nie ma potrzeby.
I mean, it'd be easy enough to feed my pride. Just going to look and see if I can check just exactly how many points I currently have allocated. My own personal sin. I'll check if I can pull up anything with the lead investigator, and if not, then I'll just threaten the pawn shop owner.
Coś nowego wpadło?
Widziałeś może mojego małego pyskatego powiślaka?
Nie. Czy on jest częścią śledztwa?
Tak, powiedzmy. Miał mnie znaleźć. Wydaje mi się, że wiem, kto jest rybakiem, ale muszę mieć pewność. Wrócę do ciebie.
Oh. Any clues around? Could be any place outside this house, if anything. Unless... I do not see a single thing here. Yeah, screw it. It is time for intimidation.
Czego znowu?
Zależy mi na niej.
Mówiłem, że...
Nie będę z tobą grał w żadne gierki. Pokazuj tę obrączkę.
Tak, to ja z kolei nie będę się bawił. Zdzichu, Rysiek, chodźcie, pięści poćwiczymy.
When in doubt, duke it out. Ooh, Rich here. He's got a pretty nasty damage resistance, which I can't take down. Well, I'm gonna eat a lot of damage regardless, so I'll have Cooper recover some health on standby. Just gonna go first and finish off this dude. In the meantime, I can focus on question. Because of his damage resistance and this dude, I'll probably want to take away their focus. Get ready for that big boy damage. Excellent. Because draining focus is such a quick action, I essentially was able to break down this dude and prevent him from attacking. Ooh. Now that is a finisher. Oh, you are so cooked, my guy. Yeah, that'll teach you to mess with me.
Błagam, przestań. Dawaj obrączkę. Już, proszę.
Could you just show me when I asked nicely? Victim's wedding ring. It belonged to Tadeusz Pilecha. With a rumbling clatter, an eerie tremolo, horses in the sky, horses tramping in the sky, hooves clattering. A thought echoes in the mind like a mantra caused by pain and panic. It ate into the gold ring like crimson rust as its owner drew his last breath. Tadeusz Pilecha died after leaving his favorite bar. His horses in the sky may relate to the last thing he heard before his death. Horse-drawn coaches and carriages going across the bridge that towers over the district. So the fisherman's torture chamber may be located under its massive arches in one of the barracks there. See, now with that done and dusted, I can actually inspect items here. At least one. Regrettably, I would need another level up. Even after all that trouble. So maybe we should do some other side quests. Exhibition to lift carts. The artist Leśniewski clearly has some sort of plan. Maybe we're seeing where relevant investigation to the matter will lead me. Pretty elaborate. This murder case, but it does lead to a new suitor. Hey friend, this afternoon the Vienna passageway. Ask Wensky about the rumors of Professor Z. Just don't forget to start with the magic words. Cheers. Tales of Warsaw. Next for hasty and likely secret correspondence between students. It says that Wensky can often be found in the Vienna passageway. Handful of tips. When you come to work, open the window of the vestibule. Have the keys to the back room in the drawer. When Dwuski, long grey beard, one-eyed eye, comes in, don't give him any more than 3 pictures, or he'll be starting fights. When Wensky, grey-haired, has a limp, comes in, make sure you don't say in the old days things were different, or think he used to be better, because he'll start talking for hours and sit there until closing time. And there are instructions for a new employee. Apparently a fellow by the name of Wensky. It's quite the chair box. Instruction for Antosh. For this month, buy what you usually do, canvases, paints, and turpentine in the usual amount, and double the amount of crimson and snow white. Tell the sir that Leśniewski will settle with him the following week. Now, with the shopping list, the painter Leśniewski apparently plans to paint a picture in which the colors of white and red will play a special role. Denunciation. The mad artist Andrzejewicz, who lives on 84 Poznańska Street, brings strangers to his house every day and talks to them about Newski Orthodox Church. They discuss its construction in detail. It's highly likely they are planning an assassination attempt. I advise you take an interest in this suspicious person and his shady guests. That's in the drawing. To the attention of the police station for Warsaw Śródmieście, September 1st, 1905. Yesterday, at a private dinner, the artist Antoni Leśniewski expressed himself in unflattering terms about the Tsar. They made a toast shouting subversive slogans. Quote, the Tsar will get his comeuppance, and he will soon see him fleeing with his tail between his legs. To an independent Poland, which is always present in our hearts. If not yet on the maps, honest citizen.
Jest się tym magikiem, nie?
Seems to me like someone is trying to cut this Leśniewski's wings. Every insult will be avenged. The sad man will soon come for Antoni. His head spins from cold rage and desire for revenge. Every innocent word dooms the enemy. Verses of the denunciation dance around the overjoyed heart in a haunted procession. Antoni Leśniewski is organizing an exhibition of his works, which contain a patriotic theme hidden on many levels. The exhibition will be available for viewing in the evenings at the apartment on 94 by 8 Marszałkowska Street. What's over here where these three gentlemen are guarding it? Vornin Russian pig, fuck off. And for that we need not just 3 but 4 officers. Hatred and loathing guide this young Can as he threw away his clothes in an alley and set them on fire. The safe plate vest, a symbol of Biedermeier and bourgeois boredom, burned silently. He felt nudged at the thought of his family, its passivity and lack of ambition. It was time for fire.
Co za dzień. Poczekajmy do... Zabijmy więc nieco czasu.
No?
Zaczekajmy.
I thought because of its secrecy it's only open at nighttime.
Poczekajmy do... Zabijmy więc nieco czasu.
Follow the red mist and all shall be unveiled. There's a chance that the sensors won't pick up on an allegory as sophisticated. Sometimes they breeds creativity, it seems. Any more easy XP? I could acquire. What's going on over here?
O co chodzi?
To Szulski, tam. To nasz festkamrat jest.
Wiktor, dobrze cię widzieć.
Tych dwóch z mojek twierdzi, że się znacie. To prawda?
Zależy co przeskrobali.
No, przytrafunek nieszczęśliwy taki, no.
Zadałem proste pytanie. Tak czy nie?
Tak, znam tych dostojnych kawalerów.
No, to zamiast dwóch zabieramy trzech.
Jazda!
Oh, snap. The middle one has a rifle. We've upgraded. I mean, to be fair, we are dealing with Russian officers, so the stakes have risen. You can conk out now. Should have fired that rifle when you had the chance. Finally, opportunity for the uncanny turkey to show its true capabilities. Oh shit! 3 points of focus. That's big. Oh, we can easily break down some major threats that way. Just back the back of his head. Don't worry, the same fate awaits you. Seems like it's this Slaughter speciality. Stun an enemy as quickly as possible. Potentially very busted. Get screamed at, idiot. Ah, I was hoping he wouldn't die just yet, so I could see Dalek's finisher.
Nie jesteś takim frajerem, na jakiego się malujesz.
Nie ma za co.
Would have been a little more appreciative. Just save their skin. Remember, lessons that Angivids moved to 6. He's read a note that must have fallen out of a notebook. Angivids' apartment can be moved to 6 p.m. Warsaw Courier, classifieds. I'll buy the latest model of the 4% slightly used. Submit bids by the 8th of this month at Bruchlovsky Hotel number 20. Dr. Stefan Stamirovsky has returned from abroad. Diseases of the larynx, throat, nose, and ears. 5 Złota Street. Drawing lessons. The painter Konstantin Andrzejewicz will take students for lessons. The topic, landscapes of Warsaw. Ask, get, address blurred.
Sekrety? Nie na mojej warcie.
A stain page from the newspaper with a circle ad. At Konstantin Andrzejewicz's apartment, one can learn to draw landscapes of Warsaw, but through the negligence of the newspaper's owner, the artist's address was not included. Every day at 6 p.m. in his apartment on 8x4 Poznańska Street, Konstantin Andrzejewicz gives drawing lessons where you can practice sketching landscapes of Warsaw under his tutelage. Currently, the top of the class is the Nevsky Orthodox Church. Lead the way. My occult instinct.
Ciebie nogi nie bolą? Głupie pytanie. Poczekajmy do...
Well, since it's 6 p.m.
Zabijmy więc
Afternoon it is.
nieco czasu. With me just running around poking my nose into other people's affairs. Comes with the territory.
Daily Courier, results of the contest for readers. A month ago, we announced the contest for the most interesting and funny anecdote about Warsaw. We received plenty of submissions, among which we are most moved by the tale written down by Mr. Antoniewski. The humor and levity of writing brought the author of Fiaker Adventure first place on a contest. Once we do a little editing, the text will be published in the next issue of the Daily
Nic się
Courier.
przede mną nie ukryje.
Newspaper opened on a column with the results of a contest for the most interesting anecdote about Warsaw. The winner was Antoniewski. Antoniewski, who is a well-known storyteller, likes to sit in the passageway by the Vienna station. If he hears you mention something about how things used to be, he will seize the opportunity and tell amusing anecdotes about life in Warsaw. We'll get to that in a few. The Nevsky Orthodox Church, a grove upon the town's tissue. Unfortunately, it's hard to look at it objectively as a piece of architecture. Nice, with that I can enhance my mind. Piece of thread. Blade thread smudged with mud. Day by day, the repetitive clatter of machines. The seamstress' hands worked abstractedly. After hours of sewing, they wither like flowers lacking water. She has been quilting these fabrics for so many years. Nothing ever changes, except for these hands becoming more and more weak and wrinkled.
Niech no spocznę. Poczekajmy do...
It's a lot of loitering in the game asked me to do.
Zabijmy więc nieco czasu.
Just to knock out these optional objectives. Hey. Free XP. Minimal effort required. Nothing can lift your mood like a good story, especially when mine appears to have been written by a mad and cruel demigod. You know that fella had some interesting tales to tell from days gone by. Now you say that, but currently my posse consists of Dapper Skeleton Man, Bloodborne Boss, Turkey Cryptid, and Hindu Snake God. Or the chicken on a bad day. That's one way of putting it. Okay, I'm gonna focus on probably just one more side quest before I wrap it up for the night. It's been going for quite a bit now. One of those officers mentioned it being mid-September in game, which I guess explains why it's still quite lush outside, with trees still sprouting leaves and being quite green on the future Polish capital. Bickett's diary. Warsaw is sinking further and further into the depths of moral decay with every passing year. Streets that were once inhabited by modest and pious families are now turning into a hotbed of the worst individuals. For example, my neighbor, dear Mrs. S., told me about a woman who rents an apartment in a tenement house on 7 Erewańska Street. She's an opera artist who is visited by many rich men. She has an abundance of gowns and lavish furnishings in her apartment. Recently, one of her many patrons took her on a foreign trip to Japan. Her ilk ought to be ashamed to show their faces in public. Yeah, imagine going on a trip that far in this time period. You either were an aristocrat or you had some kind of shady dealings. No problem, no Ferd. Thank you for hanging out. I'll be clocking in myself in a bit. You take it easy, and until next time. A handwritten page with a worn edge. It looks as if it fell out due to repeated violent turning. The content suggests that an opera artist who is famous for her love of foreign travel resides at 7 Erewańska Street. I'm just actually gonna pay her a visit, because why not? I could easily be skipping pretty much all of these, because they don't add much besides extra experience, which is like the main drawing point here, so I can boost my attributes quicker and just get through the more interesting narratives. But some of them provide neat flavor text, which helps world building. Whoa, now look at that. Hoo-wee. Yeah, remember corsets? And how you'd strap them so tightly just to make that waistline appear almost non-existent. Beauty standards sure were different back then. Photograph shows a woman in lingerie tying her corset. Caption, Lady Dragonfly.
No.
Lady Dragonfly is an attractive and not very modest woman. At 7 Erewańska Street resides Lady Dragonfly, a luxury courtesan who's fond of traveling. She offers her clients an extraordinary experience during a ceremony that colors the senses. I must investigate immediately. For scientific reasons, mind you. True bliss. It wasn't what I had expected, but I must admit that Japanese tea is without equals. No shit.
Tak jest.
They say tea the traditional Japanese way. Huh. How about that? What do we have? So that's the murder case. Voronin is ready to our uncle. The tale will be ongoing for a while. That's on hold. Viewpoint by the Imperial Hotel. Oh, right. The previous main quest location. Guess I could do that now. Speaking of the tailor, in case we find any new influences on fashion, we know where to look for him. Oh, and take long to search for. Whoosh. Done and dusted.
Ogłuchliście? Dokumenty!
Jakie znowu?
Takie, co mówią, że możecie się tu rozwielmożniać. To elegancka okolica.
I'm not dressed for the occasion.
Dawaj papiery.
Vitamable exchange.
Ach, dokumenty. Takie mogą być?
No, mnie to wygląda, że mogą być. Dobrego dnia panu.
You're loaded, better watch out, says the guy who just mugged me. Such is life in Provincia, I mean, Warsaw in general, let's be honest. Alrighty, so that's the landmarks covered. That's an trendy dance. Ah, screw it. This is the only side objective left. Might as well knock it out. So I don't expect to be cast back near the cemetery. Ivy Magazine, responses from the editorial staff. Mrs. Sokolnicka, we have included an extensive article about Angora rabbits in issues 22 and 23, titled The Wool of Angora Rabbits. There you will find hints on raising these animals. Seeing as you are a resident of the Poznan Duchy, you will likely find it easy to import rabbits from Germany. Information on whom to purchase them from will be provided to you by the editor of the magazine, Der Kaninscheinsen-Zucker, Dr. F. Popp, Leipzig, Kaiser, Wilhelmstrasse 22. Mrs. H.W., the graying of the hair may be a consequence of some hidden disease of the body. I recommend that you consult with a specialist, as advice on this matter cannot be given by letter. W. Janecek, the trendy dances, the two-step, the cakewalk, the Boston waltz, which are gaining popularity among our upper classes, are taught in evenings by Jan Wysocki, a well-known Warsaw ballet master. Unfortunately, as of November, he will no longer be offering this service, so if you wish to schedule a lesson, we recommend that you deny and contact him promptly.
Nie na mojej warcie.
Magazine will put a page with responses to readers' letters. Apparently, ballet master Jan Wysocki will soon stop giving his dance lessons. 18 by 4 Cemetery Street lives ballet master Jan Wysocki, who teaches evening dances, where people can learn energetic Western dances. However, Parishioners who are not fond of the new fad have forced him to cease his activity, so now is the last moment to enroll. This time I go partying, I'll be able to impress the ladies with some sick dance moves. It's no wonder that virtuous citizens find ragtime suspicious. Merriment undoubtedly leads to moral decay. Everybody was walking the dinosaur at that gathering. Every single attendee. I shall make a new one. For convenience sake. Alrighty. On the next stream of the Thaumaturge, we'll see if I can wrap up Horses in the Sky. And then do Price of Friendship. And once those two are taken care of, we'll continue the main quest line with the Imperial Hotel. So that will do it for tonight. We got ourselves a full stack of initial soldiers, each pertaining to the respective domain. We also did a whole bunch of extra objectives, so all in all, a very productive and successful Thaumaturge sitting, I would say. Thank you all for joining me. A pleasure, as always, and I will see you next time for Stellarblade. Whether that's going to be Saturday, which is our safe bet, or midweek, that depends on work, because I have something new starting on Monday. This week we just had to wrap up a project in order to divert our attention to this upcoming new job. So we'll see how busy I get. If I'm able to sneak in something, say on Wednesday or Thursday, neat. If not, then we'll do our usual spiel and see each other again on the weekend. But in the meantime, thank you for stopping by, and y'all take care. See you soon.